Ako flash ne može da se formatira, flash je zaštićen od formatiranja.
Cage said. So does this mean they have the enemy hunters as IPS
Ne
now?
mogu ništa da obrišem sa njega, ne mogu ništa, razumijem.
S.W.Frost 1 said. Yup.
Donesi ga kod mene ako te mrzi to da radiš sam. Provalit ću ja.
Said. DDoS attacks. Cage said. Just when I thought Dark Souls 3 and 1 and 2, hackers using remote code execute to completely brick/hack PCs, was outrageous. S.W.Frost 1 said. So stupid. Cage said. And that no official Steam game can get worse. Cage said. Yeah, seems Hunt competes now lol. S.W.Frost 1 said. Yeah, all that thing about from soft servers. S.W.Frost 1 said. That is true. S.W.Frost 1 said.
100%.
Cage said. I heard they put Dark Souls 1 to 3 servers back online. I haven't checked it lol. Cage said. But a lot of PPL probably still have no faith in the devs fixing it 100%. Laughing face.
Donesi plan. Lako je to. Oh my god. But why would they even try to fix Dark Souls 3 servers? Or Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 2? What's the point? There is no point. Elden Ring is making all the money they need. Why would they invest in the old games? Why? Just call the old servers, you know, like being hacked and just turn them off.
Cage said. They were nice games and they still are. Smiley face, for PvP and PvE. Cage said. It's not same game, with just single player lol. S.W.Frost 1 said. https://clips.twitch.tv/bashful.fu pineapple-dbmph-luyal-pgk. S.W.Frost 1 said. Good job, Kretek.
I just died. It doesn't even says what killed me. It just says I died. How interesting, right? How fucking interesting. Okay, let's see. Guy from Argentina. Interesting. This is this. Some Brazilian guy.
Tava falando com o Peça que meu lema de vida.
Who doesn't stream? Interesting. People trash talking. This guy. Level 4. That's interesting. This guy.
Stream Elements said, S.W.Frost 1 is now live. Streaming Hunt, Showdown, why do I hunt solo?
Very, very, very interesting. This is Major Tom show. I lost forever. Okay. I'm here in my floating in a think and far above the earth. Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing left to do. Dun, 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 dun. And I'm putting into no speaker. Deske suštima.
A evo, brate, pakao. Gdje god krene nešto pakao. Ostrić.
Obično imaju prekidač neki na sebi. Ja se ne mogu sjetiti gdje je to. Na svakom modelu. To ti je kao hardverska zaštita od kopiranja. Nešto se povuče, ali sad ću misliti. Ti si htio da ga formatiraš.
Ma da. Što najveća fora 30 GB i kao krenuo sam da prebačam ovaj boot za sistem i piše kao nema memorije. Ja reku šta je si?
Što se toga tiče, to je sasvim normalno.
Kad ste završili, kad ste izašli?
Ne znam ja kad su oni izašli, ja znam kad sam ja izašao.
E?
Ja sam izašao. 12. 5 do 12, tako. GB free space. Iskorišći na 3,8 GB free space 24,9.
Ali ne da mi ovaj...
Format?
Ne da mi format.
Tools... right click. Format. Trebao si staviti NTFS. Da, pravo si. Ovo je Kingston 3 GB write protected.
I što im treba ta protekcija, nije mjesto, šta će ti?
A, kao zaštita. Oh my. Ne, hvala. Format. Ima grešaka disk. Tome se radi. Neispravan. Zato neće. Da ću ti ovaj. Vrati ga da slušaš. Zato neće funkcija. Što ima bad sektor. Kaže da si kopirao nešto na njega i ne možeš da ga iskopiraš do kraja, tako?
Da.
Zato što ima neđe bad sektor.
Skinuo sam s oficijalnog sajta.
Sve je to u redu. Windows, šta ti treba? Windows 8 ili Windows 10?
Ma stavi 11, kako imaš 11.
Ček samo... Reject. Neću ovaj formatirati. Windows 11. Bootable USB.
S.W.Frost 1 said, making Win 11 install boot drive.
Evo ti. Da se čeka se skine i to će ti biti to.
Znači, samo što sam ga kupio, već sam ujeba majku.
Pa, kad si ga kupio?
Sad upravo.
Gdje? U Vrbasu?
Kod ovoga u Fekitić.
Ako imaš vremena, ne mrziti. Odnesi mu ga i reci mu samo nek pravo da ga formatira. Ili mu reci iskopiraj bilo šta veće od 3 GB na njih. I ako ti kaže da ne može da ga formatira i da ne može ništa iskopira, ne ispravno. Nek ti da drugi. Ja sad ne, mislim tvoje pa si ti boksu, ali ono, kažem ti, nije ispravno kako treba.
Imao se tamo neki oko 3,5-4 GB, rekao ne može, brate, nedovoljno za sistem. Sistem je oko 5 GB.
To bi ja svaki put kada dođem s posla da restartam kompjuter. Mislim da je to fazon. Treba ti 8 GB drive, vidim ja da on traži toliko. Jer sam kako igra radi dobro, da ti ko si prodao kompound, pazi, pa slušaj me sad, kompound je pun zombija i svi zombi reaguju na jednu buku, kako ti pucaš i ono, ne znam, ovi te traže, pčelate, pokušavate, frame rate je završen. Čini se da ti konektuješ neki server, da li US East ili Evropa ili pička, na masterima, odmah problem. Nije nijedna druga igra. Bilo umili na prvom. Kako imam trait onaj za reload, nekom tamo. Ili ti možda igra to da... Nema.
Na prikovice.
Ja taj gađam u pčelu, ona ide kvrnula glavu na stranu. Gledao, ne radim ja to za to, ali gledao sam da je delay-nu ili rakte kad im je dosadno, ako čekaju ono nekog iz ekipa da se joine uzme i ovo igra. Konkretno ovaj, imaš mnogo zombija koji se kreću pod različitim uglovima, recimo ne kreće ti se ono leva na desno, nego ti se kreće na posu. Čini ne znam, stepenici imaš na par mesta ili ide levo desno, na primjer ide troku upozo. Nije idealno, ne moraš da nagađaš.
Ne moraš ni milimetar izmesti se.
Ti da stojiš ako ćeš baš u ovaj prozor, ali pošto ja mogu malo da izvirim, da ne ispadnem, onda stanem oko. A ispadneš ti napravo, vici, municije nemaš. Municije ti unutra, onda vidim. Vidiš. Znaš koliko ćeš metak. Bord. To sam ja prešao. Nije to toliko teško. Ajde, neću ništa da igram online. Moguće ovo. Ajde, ću sad krenu. Bože, ti sačuvaj.
Ne mrda, jel?
A evo izašao sam iz Hanta nadajući se. Ajde, sad krenuo. Bože, sačuvaj. No.
Majko mu jebem, još baš ako otiću, kupit ću flash da se ne drkam stalno s time da instaliram i viš ko za baksu za ko sranje.
Viš radi game capture. Je zabagovan. Idemo.
A šta su radili ostali do dva? Su do dva ostali?
A prali. Ja, Boško i onaj momak, onaj Saša smo spremili bili sirovinu, sluze sutra i stavili pored mašine, a Mirko samo da upali kuter i da ono, samelje tu masu.
Da.
A ja mislim da se sutra, ako sam dobro shvatio, prži se masa ta.
To za pašteti?
Da, ali ide u ime. Mene je rekao ako mogu da dođem Kad je rekao pola 4, ja slušam pola 4, mogu li doći u 4? Mislim, ono, će u pola 4. Kad dođu u pola 4, ja moramo stati prije 3. Rekao, bar, ono, pola 5, a kao to je kasno. Ja rekao, ajde onda u 4. Ajde neka. Nema veze, sutra ću ranije otići dom. Dojmo bri. I danas sam ga ja pitao, rekao, kad tamo smo bili izvršili sirovinu. Ja mu rekao 15 do 12. Rekao od 15 do 12, ja do doma, pa se vidimo sutra ujutro. On kaže, nemoj kao da zezneš. Ja rekao, gdje da zeznem? Kao da ne zaspem, kad ću da spavim. Ozbiljna firma. 21%. Si bio na bazenu?
Nisam tako išao, ne sjećam se. Ne znam ima li tu koji toga tih diskova, tipa M2 diskova.
Ima Milan. Ima. Kurva jedna, nego neće da... Njemu ne treba, kao naš u fazonu, kao nek stoji kod Savića. Ima on. Kao njemu je mnogo, kao šta će njemu 2 terabita. Njemu sigurno ne treba. Njemu može dati hard disk od koliko? 60 GB, to je to. Možda staviš Windows i Hunt i eto ti. Malo jači kapacitet od mobilnog telefona. Ništa drugo i ne igre, eto ti. Mogu te ponuditi...
Šta ćeš me nuditi? Nudiš me, što sam već ođe. Šta je to?
A to svede sa mlekom, ali može i ovako.
Onaj cornflakes, kako se zove?
Kukuruz. Kao cornflakes. Kao. Čokolada.
Bashchalik 973 said,
Pauli, Juriš.
Bashchalik 973 said,
Gdje ste momcovi? Kesić nešto jede. Pa ja sam ga ponudio nekim cornflakesom nešto. Gdje si Boris, šta ima? Pravim u Windows 11 instalacioni flash. Mislim, ja te nisam nudio i mogao sam ti skinuti Windows 8 i Windows 10, ali Windows 11.
Ti 11 koristiš, ja?
Pa koristim, nemam nekih većih problema, osim što samo Hunt kad igram desi se da zabode, da me zaglupi, da moram da odem u task manager, da ubijem igru.
I to se meni dešava na ovo, nije to do sistema.
Brate, znači to je nemoguće. Znači to 100% neko mi miraju. Ja sam ti na vrhu liste.
Od 4 do 12.
Ja i Mirko.
Piše da si sam, a šatić to...
Oni dolaze u 6.
Od 6.
Ja kažem Mirko, ja ću ti pomoći. Sad, vidjet ćemo što ću pomoći.
Čekaj, ovo je... Limenka, jel? Ne, ovo je
Limenka,
limenka 100
ali mala
100 grama. Glavno. A i Gora ima godišnji jediš.
Ma i njega nema.
I nema njema godišnji.
Ma ih pol kurac. Ima nas 10 tamo. Pola firme nije tu.
Goran, ja, Goca, Stojčević, Dejo, Nevenka, Dragana Ujnović,
Nena.
Nena i Nemanja. Sad ću odmah isključiti sve hard diskova osim SSD-a i neće biti problema sigurno.
Šta je napisao Makić? Tarupira. Formatira, možda formatira, to da.
I da mislio da tarupiram ovo što gricka.
A to? Može biti da je tako htio to da se roči. Op. Piccolo bambino. Ne vidiš koliki si. Bzzt.
A reci mi koja je Gajova kuća točno?
Stefana Gajčević. Dvije kuće od mene. Vulovića ti je sljedeća, a onda ide Stefan.
Njihova.
Što jeste zvali da im uradiš baštu?
Ne, nego vidim da je Gaja najstariji. Otac mu.
A Goran da. Na njega misli. Gdje je Portales?
Čekaj, ja sve ide i šta koristiš još?
Aj, možeš i na ovo da se krećeš ako hoćeš.
Da.
Samo da malo... Nastaviti se biram, mogu i ovako.
Ti ih moći imaš i nešto što biraš ili to...
Pa biram šta će. Uzeo sam recimo da bacam ove noževe i munju ispod.
Nego on to sve automatski radi.
Sam, imaš pojedine magije možeš sam da bacaš. Recimo kreneš miša na ovu stranu, on krene da baca, ne znam, strele. A to mi je glupo. Ne volim da mišem ni šanim, znači volim ono jednom lukom da igram, a drugom da češem sve ako ću pogledati. Neće to. Hoće. Chain. Gas. Hop. Koliko džukac je ovo. Jesu se oni povećali, ovi moji ljubimci, ili sam ja postao mali, ja? Mislim da mi je karakter jako mali. Znači ti ovaj... koji je pasiv, da vidim samo. A ovo. 60% više experience s ovom knjigom. 60% brže dobijaš level up. To kad svije dolazi do izražaja. Kad treba mnogo. Svije se za level up. Iš. To. Kod nas nema vode, ne znam kako u vaš kraj.
Isto je bilo onako slabo išlo, sad da li ima, ne znam.
Ja sam otišao iza kuće, veruješ mi. Ono ima kao rezervoar s vodom ima slavina. I ovi moji me gledaju kao, pa gdje ćeš kao ovo ono, znaš, napije se kupaš, pa ladno. Ja rekao, gdje sam ja radio danas? Tamo je ladno. Znaš, zaleđene polutke, ne polutke, ne komadi sirovine, razumiješ, to smo bacali. Bio sam mokar do gole kože od pranja. Išao sam par puta u hladnjaču da guram ono, el meso i gluposti. Da vraćamo na onu kadu praznu. Smrzao sam se i ugrijao sam se poslije. Kad sam gurao one limenke. Znači, da se kupam na ladnu vodu ovako napolje po ovom vremenu. Ništa mi nije bio problem. Op, umro jarac. Jutro sam gleda klip od jednog youtubera, on igra Hunt, ali ponekad baci klipove na YouTube. Pizza Bill se zove njegov kanal. Pa neđe ih je neki lik ubio, ubio ih je kroz drvo, kroz krošnju, kroz ivicu zgrade sa Springfield Marksmanima. Springfield Marksman kad udari bilo šta ne može da ubi nikog. Lik ubio kroz pun kurac pepreka. I ovi uzmu da ga spektatuju. A on, brate, gleda prema boss areni, ono nišan sam prati neprijatelj, znaš. Kroz zidove ih prati. Ne gleda prozore, no gleda zidove. Ovi ono kao, važi, znaš. Važi. Jao.
Nišan automatski.
Sam leti.
Svi
I prebača kao sa puške na nož, znaš. Kao, znaš, da ne trakuje. To što ne radi na nož. Jao. Dolazi imolator, na njega on vadi noževe za bacanje, kao ubija ga nožima za bacanje. Izgori sam sebi čank. Jao. Genijalno. I onda imaš jedno 50 komentara na taj klip. Ljudi mu pišu, kaže da, taj tip definitivno, kaže, ima dobru stolicu, kaže, pravu gamerstu. Pošto kraj te kaže da čitara nema, znaš, onda čovjek sigurno ima dobru stolicu, kaže, pošto je nemoguće da tako dobro igra. Neko baca ove portale razvališene. Sad sam pomalo gladan, zato što doručak mi jutros u 5:20, tako sad je bogavi 3 sata. Koji si jeo kad ujutro se sreo, šta je bilo, neki sendvič sa domaćim sirom, majonezom. Sad bila je salama, nije bila pršuta, ali ostalo je bilo dobro, ajse, ta salama je malo tanka bila, ali nema ajse. Ovo ćeš uništiti taj portal. A što mi portal prati, to mi nije jasno. Dancing daggers. Oh. Spectral sword. Ajmo. Hop, hop, hop. Žuki pentagram. Wow. Još malo. Skinuo je, sad ono pravi, vidiš, piše progres 59%. Već je bio došao do 100% čini. Skinuo je sve fajlove, samo još da ga finišira. Ja nisam takva devojka! Piše The Moon Glow Veins, kao nestaće uskoro pa ovaj efekt koji ove mesečine ovoga kurca što se otvara vid portala. Dok to ne stane ja ću poginuti. Šta je god evo. Krava ogromna, je li moguće? Je li moguće? Critical. Critical 20%. Da. Ovi samo ubijaju se u tebe. Znači ne udarite nego samo uđe u tebe i ono... Skine ti kocku finu. Damage boost. Ovo se treba više koliko. Ako nisam poginuo, ne znam se ne poginuo, trebalo da traje već 15 minuta. Jao, lignje slom ne prati. Critical. Krp ti jebem. Tamo se stvori na mene. Kakva glupost. Kakva glupost. Unlocks. Ništa. Upgrades. Ovo ne mogu da kupim knockback. Koji ima efekta, ima skill size. Pravo sa vitezom. Ovo ti je najjači metod. Samo staneš na sred mape i igra se sama igra. I to je to. Našla. Svojko kos.
To svi karakteri imaju iste oči.
Ne, tome se radi. Ima štit oko sebe, čim uđu do meta ovoga štita, bio je oštećen. Ne sad na početku, to je 5 damage, a posle mnogo veće. A on je loša fora, da napravim da sam ja manji na ekranu za njih, manja meta, ali štit i dalje ostaje ovako velik. To je teško reći. Pošto komšinica je tu preko puta isto, svi smo grlati komšiluku, znaš. Teško reći ko tu koga zove. Verujem. Ajmo. Spaću. Ajde. Domaći ja ga volim sve. Ja počnu treba nešto mi vare, valjda će me proći. Mada... Neđe oko 10-11 planiram da ugasim stream i da puštim nešto gledam. Dodajem tako spam. Spaću. Obično pustim, na primjer, onoga uzeo Azmoga, pustim ga na drugom ekranu ili neki drugi klip ili na onaj kanal gdje možda kao gledaš movie recap, objašnjavati, opisuje radnju filma, karaktera i onda otprilike pogledam ukratko film i ako me zainteresuje onda predložim kumu da pogledam. Ako je pred film, da ga gledaš šta se... Lakše me pogledam nešto što je drugi neko već pogleda i ne mučio se. nego da sam ispitujem neke buđe filme. Gubljenje vremena. Yeah, USB flash drive is ready. And yes. And
Čekaj, ti koristiš dva desktopa, ja?
pa, na primjer.
What exactly
Ovo
is
redi
going on?
pogledat. Kaže, da li kineska ekonomija će u budućnosti kao oboriti cenu grafičkih karti u 2022. Ovo ti je tema za gejmere, ni za koga drugog, čini mi se. Koga brige za kinesku. Nazdrav. Prelati, treba si uzeti papuče dok si mogu. Evo ti. Ovo ti je Windows 11, utobi disk. Zvoj.
Sad idem odmah but na njega i formatiram SSD kad budem pokreća instalaciju, tako?
Da, staviti formatirati se. Nadam se da na SSD-u nemaš instaliran hunt ili guskimija pek ili što ti je.
A prebacit ću ga na neki hard disk.
Možda radiš ono kao, samo ga iskopiraš.
Pa je.
Ga izgubiš. Znači ne voli, znaš ko mi je najviše diskova popaktiva? Ne ti, ne Beka, nažalost, ne čak ni on, sestra. Baš dva komada. Ja dam flash, ona prebači filma na njega, pogleda, vrati mi ga da iskopiram film, ne radi. Što ne radi? To što ona pogleda film. Glumi.
And what does this have to do with tech products coming down in price? Well, today's video is going to be a little bit different to what we're used to uploading here at Tech Yes City, in that today we're going to be taking a look at China and what's causing a massive slowdown in their domestic consumption, and ultimately what this means for you as a consumer expecting to buy, say, a gaming PC or even a, lo and behold, much anticipated, reasonably priced graphics card in the next few months. Well, this story actually starts off over a year ago, where China's real estate market was having massive slowdowns in growth, where prices of properties just became way overpriced for what people could afford. And in fact, it became so bad to the point where people were going out getting these massive loans and buying properties that the developers hadn't even intended on finishing for much later date. And this actually got to the stage where it was so bad that the Chinese government knew they had a massive problem on their hands, and so they had to put in a strict coding system from stopping these companies from borrowing not just beyond their means, but selling these overpriced homes, which ultimately in turn, they knew the person buying the home couldn't afford the mortgage they were taking out. And so what happened when these new regulations were introduced is that the companies that were massively over-leveraged in that they've borrowed way too much money versus the assets and equity that they actually own was too far in favor of debt. They then failed to raise new money to not only just pay off the existing loans, but also build these previous homes that they had promised the people that have already paid them in full, who those people most likely mortgaged money on as well. And so this whole system was essentially a bubble that was waiting to pop. And so now that this bubble is in the process of popping, this means not only real estate prices are coming down, but also the banks that initially loaned out a lot of this money, they're feeling the struggle as well, meaning they don't have the money to pay the people who have their money in their banks as deposits. And so this is essentially leading into a massive problem in China, where there's now banks that are starting to collapse and people are losing their money. And so when the average person starts losing their money, aka their discretionary income, they can no longer afford to go out and buy tech products like your gaming graphics cards. So now we've identified the fundamental problem, let's take a look a little bit underneath the surface.
Never pay full price for Windows 10 or 11 again. With today's video sponsor, SCD Keys, you can get activated as well as $15 using that coupon, BFTYC. Links in the description below.
The year is 2022 and the Chinese economy is the second largest in the world by GDP based in US dollar terms. In fact, some would argue that it's even the biggest in the world if you were to adjust America's CPI numbers and then measure that against Chinese gross domestic product. But regardless, the Chinese economy has grown massively in the last 2 decades. It's overtaken countries like Japan threefold, and with that, this gross domestic product growth leads to ultimately massive consumption of products by the people in the country itself. So after the 2008 global financial crisis, it could be said that China was the country that brought the world out of this crisis itself. With their massive growth of GDP per capita, this meant that the average Chinese consumer was getting richer, and of course, when you're getting richer, what do you always want? You probably think, Brian, you want a car? No, you don't want a car, you want a gaming PC. Well, actually, you probably want both. But this is what saw companies like Colorful, which is a Chinese-based graphics card manufacturer, to soar from the ranks to becoming the world #1 graphics card shipment company. Now, if you're in America or Australia, you may have even never have heard of the brand Colorful before, but they actually make very good graphics cards, and they are the #1 producer by shipment volumes in 2022, followed by Palette. However, all this might seem rosy on the surface, though this is a country that has been growing with phenomenal real GDP numbers for over 2 decades. And now in 2022, they're faced with quite a big slowdown in that growth. In fact, the second in charge in China has warned of a slowdown in Chinese gross domestic product in 2022, with numbers dropping to around 3%, and then also forecasts showing that it's going to continually fall to even as low as 2%, which historically is extremely low for China, and also means that perhaps the Chinese growth story may be coming to an end. And with that slowdown in gross domestic product, we're also going to see a slowdown in domestic consumption. Now, since PC gaming is such a unique industry in that it's grown massively over the last 2 decades, I believe it's grown hand in hand with the Chinese domestic consumption. And so now that the PC gaming industry, I believe, has peaked, especially now that things are opening up after COVID, we're also seeing a peak in Chinese domestic consumption, or GDP per capita. That is, how wealthy is the average person in China. That seems to be slowing down with these rates of growth. I've personally seen a slowdown in PC sales locally, and then all the people that I speak to have also seen quite a slowdown too. Now this has been reflected later in this year with very poor earnings reports from especially Nvidia and Intel. AMD on the other hand did manage to come out a lot better than the other two, but the whole industry in general for PC gaming is down officially by the numbers. So looking through this data more, we can see that not only the real estate has fallen off tremendously, but also things like automobile growth, which has been very strong, especially in the electric car industry, that is also starting to show signs of slowing down a lot too. An official retail sales report for July said auto sales growth slowed to 9.7% year-on-year pace, down from 13.9% in June. Automobile sales accounted for 10% of China's retail sales in July, which grew by a disappointing 2.7% last month from a year ago. We're seeing here with the economic data that property sales and construction and private sector growth were all slowing, and growth in infrastructure and manufacturing sector investment also slowed. Youth unemployment hit a record 19.9%, and then we move on to economic data released at the start of this week shows despite some efforts by the central authorities to stimulate an economy that has been nearly flatlining, China's economy is still slowing. So basically, China is starting to try and stimulate their economy again, but it's falling on deaf ears, and that the people aren't really buying much of this whole, hey, keep going out and borrowing money and that'll stimulate your economy. And this in itself has been the exact problem that people have been arguing that has been going on in the United States. And that is, with all this new printed money from governments and stimulation, you're keeping companies alive that aren't effective and aren't efficient. And then this then leads on to an economy that lacks innovation and has high inefficiency, which is one that you do not want going forward if you want to improve the average living standards of the people living in that country. Though back to China, they are in a really sticky situation where inflation is slightly on the rise and interest rates were on the rise to combat that. However, they've now reversed the interest rates down 10 basis points to try and sort of balance this effect out. Now, whether inflation continues to go up remains to be seen, but if inflation does keep going up and consumption goes down, which can ultimately lead to the devastating effect known as stagflation. And if you don't think this is a devastating effect, just go ask the people who are now paying over 50% more for their rent every week just to live in a home. But now with all that information out of the way, it's time to get back to tech and the prices therein. And what we've seen in 2022 is actually a much more comfortable situation for those who want to go out and buy a gaming PC. Parts are now readily available and parts are easily accessible at much better prices. But this does lead me to worry about what's going to happen in 2023, where we saw these massive orders in 2021 and all these news articles coming out and saying, well, this supply problem, especially for gaming PC tech, is only going to continue to exist all the way through 2023 and 2024, meaning a lot of these contracts were made with massive orders, yet demand has simply fallen off the cliff, which means that there's a massive oversupply in PC gaming products at this point in time in the market, and it's only feared to get much worse when we're seeing things like China's domestic consumption itself, which has traditionally been a savior for low consumption in the West, is now starting to falter itself. The last thing that I'm also starting to notice is that as these bank runs happen in China and people can't get access to their money, these products that exist in China, like a massive oversupply of CPUs or GPUs, whether it's ex-miners trying to sell off their GPUs before the massive Ethereum merge next month, we're seeing that this overflow from China is now starting to make its way into the West. And what this means is essentially lower prices. What I was surprised to see earlier this year was Ryzen 5 5500s and 5600s, which were brand new SKUs being released on AliExpress as used. And there's nothing used about these CPUs. Essentially, what this means is the Chinese economy themselves aren't consuming them at these prices that are already much cheaper than that of America, and so they're going on AliExpress and selling them for a cheaper price just to be able to offload them. Now, if they're this price on AliExpress, I would imagine that you can get a Ryzen 5 5500 in China for under $100 US. That's how cheap a 6-core 12-threaded CPU is getting in 2022. And when we adjust that for inflation, this is some of the cheapest prices on tech we've ever seen in our lifetimes. So this then raises the final question of, will prices get cheaper? And what we're starting to see is the prices will start to come down even more than what they were yesterday, simply because we've got this massive oversupply of GPUs which were bought up by crypto miners. Now, we all know that that's going to come onto the market sooner or later, and it's looking like it is much sooner than later. And in fact, what we're starting to see is websites in China, people are mass listing their graphics cards, and they're asking around $420 US for a 3070, and people are laughing at those prices. No one's really taking the bait. Basically, people want to see the prices come down even more on these RTX 3070s, especially if they've been mined on and they're from a crypto miner. So this is only the first wave of cheaper GPU prices to come later on this year. However, I do think it will reach a point where prices just simply cannot get any cheaper, because it's not in these interests for companies like Nvidia, AMD, and Intel to make these products at a loss. And so therefore, they will start reducing their future shipments, and things will eventually balance out. But the golden age of PC gaming is definitely on its way, and it's looking like it's coming sooner than later. So if you've been waiting to build a gaming PC, the next few months are going to get very interesting in terms of pricing. And so if you do see something come down to extremely low prices, I do recommend looking out for the best bargains possible. And even if you want a second opinion, you can drop a comment down in Tech Yes City's comments, and the lovely people around here will usually tell you if it is a good deal or not. Anyhow, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's video. It did take me a while to break down a lot of the research in today's video, so if you did enjoy this one, be sure to hit that like button. Also, let us know in the comment section below if you have any thoughts and opinions of your own. Love reading those as always, just like this question of the day here. And this comes from Zero Ground, and they ask, can the i5 12400 be undervolted? And the answer is yes, it can. You can slightly undervolt it, and you can also drop the clock speeds down, but I do recommend doing this in conjunction with a better aftermarket cooling solution. Even something like the Snowman, which is $20 on AliExpress, can drop those temperatures a lot, but also drop the power consumption with those temperatures. Anyway, guys, with that aside, if you stayed this far and you're still watching this Tech Yes content and you're not yet subscribed, make sure to hit that sub button, ring that bell, and I'll catch you in another tech video very soon. And also, sorry if I haven't uploaded in over a week. My son got COVID, and then I was taking care of him, and I got COVID for a second time, but at least the second time around, it's a lot easier than the first time, so it does get better. But I hope this isn't a thing where I'm catching COVID like 3 times a year. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. So anyhow, with that aside, I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out for now. Bye.
I'm very excited about this game. I think it's going to be cool. A lot of.
Oh.
I'm very excited about this game. They're quitting the game. He quit. That's one person.
I don't know what to do.
So there's another one.
The company is out of touch and arrogant. The league is dead for sure.
Guys, a lot of you guys may or may not know, I play Path of Exile a lot. I've played it ever since the closed beta. I do not play every league. I usually do every other league or every 3 leagues. I play the new expansion releases, etc. Today, I'm making a video because I think that the PoE community has never been more mad. I remember whenever streamers got priority queue in Ritual League. It was great. Except not according to Reddit. And it was so bad, Chris Wilson had to make a tweet, or not a tweet, a post on Reddit saying that streamers aren't going to be able to get priority queue anymore. And the main fucking, the main offender of this was this gentleman right here, Empyrean. And it's gotten so bad, Reddit fucking hated him. This guy was public enemy #1. And the other people in the group were 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And guess what? It's gotten so bad that a video that he did is on the top, to the top. It's a front page, first post, top post of PoE. It's not good. So basically, I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of set the stage, talk to you guys a little bit about what happened. Basically, we had effectively, Path of Exile did this in 3.15. Am I right about this? Expedition League, where things got really massively nerfed. And they've done it again now, where they've added effectively a league mechanic. Yeah, so, and this was a cock in the ass. I thought they kind of needed to rein things in a little bit, but now it's like you can't even get out of the stables. Holy fuck. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys. Now, I played the game, what's my slash played? 1 day, 11 hours. So I put in 35 hours into this league. So we're at a rate of about 1 Chaos Orb an hour. We're actually a little bit below that. And I just sold a ring before I recorded this video for 2 Chaos Orbs. So it's not looking good for the league. And to put this into context, like people don't understand like what this is, right? Imagine a Chaos Orb is $1, and imagine an Exalted Orb is like a $100 bill, right? Bro, I had 3 Benjamins, 3 Exalties at the exact same time at this league, last league. Like, I had, I think, probably, what was it, like 3 or 4 Exalts on, like, the second day of the league. And it was bad, man. It is really fucking bad. Now I've got 6 pieces of it, and then now Exalt sucks, so it doesn't even matter. And so, basically, like, they cut down, like, what the Path of Exile is right now is it's the Great Depression, basically. And the players are depressed, the streamers are depressed, Reddit is depressed, and Chris Wilson came out and he made a post about this, and I think that it might be the most downvoted post ever. It was the most downvoted post ever that they have ever, yes it is. And so Chris Wilson, being the diplomat that he is, he did not include the advertisement for the mystery boxes, the loot boxes, in the Reddit post. However, on the official website at the bottom of this post, there is a link to the loot boxes. So, you know, he's an eternal diplomat here. And basically, a lot of players have come out and they've been very unhappy about the state of the league. I think that you could pretty much sum up, shit is too hard and you don't get enough shit. Those are the main problems with the league, is that nobody's getting any stuff, and the stuff you do get, oh, by the way, if you want to make your shit into better shit with crafting, by the way, you can't do that because crafting in itself is shit, okay? So I feel like I'm Mr. Leahy here. It's not looking good. And we've got a lot of, it's the shit rain. And that's what happened. And so they took this buff that was on the last league and they applied this buff to every single rare mob in the game. So that means, like, you know, whenever you do a breach and like 10 rare mobs run at you, oh, there's only 4 now, but everyone kills you. And so it added like a force multiplier to all of the content in the game, and it made it way harder. And Harvest is, you guys might not know this, it's like reforging, and it's like, it's reforging plus in Path of Exile. And you know the farmer meme where it says, it ain't much, but it's honest work? one of the biggest memes in PoE is whenever they posted that picture, but they just blacked out but it's honest work. And it just says, it ain't much. And that was the last time it got nerfed. Now they've itemized all of the different buffs that you could put on your gear from Harvest. And basically there was a problem that they had, and we're gonna look at this. Players are now noticing occasionally Harvesting Gear can no longer have any life force drop. This is because in order to reduce the number of clicks after an encounter, the life force from beasts below tier 3 had a non-guaranteed chance to drop. Which, I mean, let's have a logic check here. Chris is right. You can't loot anything. You can't click on the screen if there's nothing to click on. Problem solved. And so Harvest effectively has been gutted. Many people's specs have been gutted. The game is now having elites in it, and I do think that on a fundamental level, the balance is it's fucked. We should not play a game where like random yellow elites are always stronger than the map bosses. Like you go through a map, and whenever you get to the boss, it's like, oh, finally, this will be easy. Meanwhile, every yellow boy you see, it's like, oh my god, am I about to get deleted off of the face of the earth? And so these mobs are just like randomly overpowered. And I actually don't think the problem is with the mobs. I think that the worst 5 to 3% offenders of like weird combos of Arc Nemesis buffs with other resistances where like the mob has like 734% fire resistance. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just show you a video. This is what it's like. So basically, what happens is that you have a mob that is just, he gets so many buffs and he is so powerful that he exceeds the effective health pool of the hardest bosses in the game because of these different multipliers. Yeah, and so this is, by the way, guys, it's a 3-minute video. Arc Nemesis has been nerfed 10 times so far. It's still fucked up. I think that if at the end of this fight, if this motherfucker dropped a mirror shard, it would be badass. I actually don't think this is a problem, other than like, you know, some like crazy imbalances. But like, if this motherfucker dropped a mirror shard, everybody would be like, oh my god, I hope I get one of those, right? Oh my god, this would be so cool, right? The problem is the fucking loot. Yes, you're right. Like the 3 to 5% outliers with Arc Nemesis are dog shit. But I will agree with GGG. I will say that I think that the Arc Nemesis modifiers in general, of course it's going to give big loot. Surely it'll give big loot. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be at least 2 mirror shards. I think that in general, the modifiers are more interesting, more visually dynamic, and better than the base modifiers. And I think that matters. I do. And I think that the Arc Nemesis modifiers are generally better modifiers, minus a handful of them. But the problem is that the design and the rewards are so bad it doesn't feel good. Like yesterday, I fought against a dog and in the game. There's no Michael Vick shit. In the game. And I killed it, finally, in the game. And I got 4 items that had 6 sockets that were linked. Like a 6-socket linked item. I got 4 of them in 1 kill. And that mob took me a while to kill. And you know what? I wish I could kill him again.
I promise you this is gonna give
I
you
would
good
love
loot,
it.
okay?
I would be so excited.
If it doesn't, I'm
But the
playing
problem is that a lot of the mobs that you kill, well, let's just take a look here. Let's see what we're gonna get.
Someone kept count of how long I've been fighting this thing. Imagine if this like wasn't just a skeleton too. Imagine if this was like a Kataba's Herald or something. Yeah, like.
I mean, imagine if it was Kataba. Oh wait, it'd be already dead if it was.
Here comes
the god of destruction.
Here comes.
So, a lot of you guys might not necessarily understand what all of these pieces are. So let me give you a description of what these pieces are. So we've got the Karui chopper right here. Superior Legion sword. It's this is a Superior Legion sword. And ooh, Shrieking Essence of Anger. Let's go ahead and get that right there. And now we have the Cupcake wrapper, which is supposed to represent the Nightmare Bassinet. So, guess what? People are not happy with the league. And I like to watch a couple of videos and look at some clips and talk about what some of the people in the community are frustrated about. And again, Chris Wilson came out. Chris Wilson is the main guy over there at PoE, right? He's the guy that, you know, it's like he's the guy, if you're mad about the game, it's his fault. There's a bunch of people that work on the game, but doesn't matter, it's his fucking fault. Because that's the guy everybody fucking knows. And so anyway, yeah, Mr. Pathvex is lead dev. It is what it is. Yeah, he's a Jay Wilson, right? And he basically said that the reason why people were getting less loot is that there was a nerf to the global loot modifiers that nobody knew about because it wasn't in the patch notes. But now that people are bringing it up, I might as well come clean. Yes, guys, we did nerf the loot by 80%. Or was it 90? And so he made a tweet about, or a post about this, and I think that this post, it's like gasoline on a fire. And so we're gonna go ahead and look at a few of the opinions from some of the well-known PoE streamers. And I know that a lot of you guys might not know everybody here, so I'm gonna do like just a very small, like, you know, who is this? This guy, he basically finds a way to make this game look like a complete joke, and he does it so much that people hate him. Imagine he has a printer in his hideout, which is like your garrison or your house in PoE, and it just prints money, but it's not illegal. This is what this guy does with 6 other people. They make a bunch of money, they flood the market, and then they just goof around for the rest of the league. And so let's go ahead and listen to what he thinks. Sorry, volume's not great.
Well done. Alright, I'm logging out. I am not being a number on this game anymore. I refuse.
Fuck this. Holy fucking.
They're quitting the game.
I've already voted with my wallet. I'm now voting with my computer.
I am not going to support that fact. I am not going boxes.
He quit, that's one person. And then this is Steel Mage. Steel Mage is one of the most well-known hardcore players. He's pushed ladder, he's competed in the gauntlet, and he's done this for a long time. I think there have been leagues where Steel Mage was the first, if not in the top 3 to level 100. One of the most serious tie-in players of Path of Exile.
Cause yeah, someone in chat said it really adequately. This definitely took the wind out of my sails. I feel so fucking demotivated. What's the point of playing softcore trade if you can't juice? And what's the point of playing SSF if you can't craft gear? I don't know what to do.
Crafting also got nerfed massively.
I don't know what to do.
So there's another one. So this is Ben. Ben, well, here's how you know Ben's good at the game. Is he doesn't even use a webcam and people watch him.
Arcanist box. Duplicate. Duplicate!
So Arcanist box, usually they have really good loot in it. Like, I'm talking like big dick loot. It did not have, it didn't, see, so basically, like what should have happened is like effectively, like, there should have been like a metaphorical bust a nut on the screen of currency. And instead of that, he got 0 currency. Now, Chris Wilson has come out and said that was a bug. And next time, whenever he opens it up, there will be 2 chaos orbs in the box. Let's go to
Zamisli
the
sad
next one.
ljudi šta se dešava.
So you can obviously tell this guy...
Traži mi produkt key, brat.
Možda preskočiš to, Kesić.
Ne može, ne da.
Ideš samo next.
Ne da mi kao opciju. Treba prvo key da unesem da bi mogao next da idem.
Za novu instalaciju ti traži ključ.
Da, da.
Interesantno. A koju si verziju instalirao? Jesi instalirao Pro Home koju si stavio? Katano Pit Home. Za Home ne bi tada traži ništa. Samo da vidim. Sad ću ti odmah reći kako to ide. Da, ide ti tražiti ključ. Da bi mogao da... Pa samo X pritisneš, brate.
Kad kliknem na X onda me vrati na početno. Ne da mi bez ključa.
Ček, ima metode za to. Sad ću vidjeti. Imaš telefon?
Ima.
Možeš otvoriti ovaj link na telefonu.
Mogu.
Evo ti, minuti 30. Toliko ti treba da uradiš. Šta ti minut da napraviš taj fajl? Treba da napraviš fajl u Notepadu, da ga snimiš i da otkucaš to. I to iskopiraš na flašku. Imaš čak i upustvo u opisu. To je da preskoči kao ključ. Samo pičeš da je. Poslije ćeš ti aktivirati ključ sa onim, kako se zove, KMS-om. Uživaj.
Is like a massive fucking neckbeard. And it has nothing to do with the way he looks. He's got a fucking headhunter. It's the first week of the league. Okay, I don't need to say anything else. For anybody who doesn't understand what a headhunter is, it's inspired learning. Okay, it's gonna be a headhunter tomorrow. This guy plays the game fucking constantly. I've watched like 10 of his videos.
It was all a fever dream. There's no hard mode. There was no quantity nerf. And Arc Nemesis? What's that, man? That doesn't exist, huh?
He's having such a bad time. He's role-playing in his own mind that he's playing a league that came out over a year ago. That's how down bad this guy is right now. He's role-playing in his own mind, and read the chat. The chat is going along with it.
Magma barrier? No, what are you talking about, dude? And we wake up, and it's Ritual League again, and I'm playing Cold BV with Legacy Explode. Oh, I lost, dude. I'm back
They nerfed Explodey like two leagues ago.
I log in, and Hearth spawns, and I'm like, oh, hello Hearth. Hello, Backstuff. I vendor a 6-link. I get a Divine. An Exalt drops. Pog. I'm pogging out, dude. I got an Exalt drop. I'm back home.
They're all getting hyped up about something that happened.
Twitch.
It's not even real.
Dog, dude. He's there. And he lost his XPs. I'm back home, dude.
That's sad. This guy right here, he's one of the guys like on YouTube. If this guy makes a build or something like that, I will watch it. This guy really fucking knows what he's doing. This is another very, very serious player.
I mean, the league is dead for sure. Like, the league is absolutely dead.
This is after he's reading the post from Chris Wilson.
The company is out of touch and arrogant. Doesn't even listen to the feedback that people give them. I don't know who is working there.
I mean, there it is. It's another one. I got one more to go. Like, I don't have one more because I'm running out. By the way. I have plenty more, but we're just gonna watch this one, then we're gonna watch another video. This guy is a minion legend. Well, he was until they made minions bad. This guy, like, for any time that you want any information about minions and PoE, this guy knows all about it. He actually knows how to craft minion gear in PoE. There's only like 6 people in the world that know how to do that. Let's hear how he feels about the new league. Yeah, he's actually, he's Overlord. Overlord IRL.
Killed him. I can't give these guys more defense. I've used every tool
Sucking out his minions
available in the entire game to make these guys survive, and a non-damage modded tier 16 kills them. This is not okay. And I reached out to GGD.
For context, damage mods in a tier 16 can multiply the output by like 400%. So like imagine what it's like with the mods.
Raising my concerns before the league
and that's not even the
about
hardest
things
content.
like this. And the answer I received was that it's been play tested, it felt fine for us. You should just, I don't know what to say, you should try it out in, when League launches and see how it feels.
We did.
Tell you what, I have play tested it. I have tested it and I don't like it. I don't like it. It's shit.
A man after my own heart.
Hit the like button, subscribe for more content. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe. Keep going.
You know, part of me feels good watching this because like it's not only WoW. Like I'm not the only person that's experienced this horse shit. Like there's other people out there in the world that have experienced the same thing that I have. Let's go back over, we will look at the Al Kaiser clip. Al Kaiser became known because he was the first person in the entire world to get Paragon 100 in Diablo 3. And it was not even remotely close. Nobody else was probably even level 90 by then. This guy, basically like the runs that people did in Diablo 3 were made, they were called Al Kaiser runs. Okay? And he plays PoE every single fucking league. He even plays the Gauntlets too, which are like the mini leagues. Here we go.
People don't get excited over things taken away from them. Like, you wake up one day and, like, someone took a pair of scissors and snipped off an inch of your dick, right? Like what? You expect someone to be appreciative of that? Oh, look, appreciate the rest of the dick that you have left. Nobody's gonna think like that or feel that way. You know what I mean? Not one person's gonna be like, oh shit, wow, look, I still got, like, this much of my dick.
Half of it left.
I'm happy about that.
Nobody wants their dick cut off. It's like GGG didn't come in there like, you know, every patch and they come in there and it's just another minor circumcision. Like, this is a fucking straight up castration. And people are not happy. We're gonna watch a video about this. Now, there's 2 videos. We'll probably watch both of them. This is a video by Ziggy D. Ziggy D is so well respected and known in the community that oftentimes following the announcement of a new league, he even does a podcast with Chris Wilson and sometimes other people on that same day on the Path of Exile channel, I believe. Very, very well known, very well respected. Made a video today why the Path of Exile community is very upset. I have something on my character. I'm trying to sell it for 50 Chaos Orbs, but I was thinking to myself, nobody has that many Chaos Orbs, so I'm never going to be able to sell it. Like, there's no way that somebody can get that amount of currency this early into the league. It's only been 3 days.
G'day, Ziggy D here. The Path of Exile's player base is the most united I've ever seen. Unfortunately, it's over being very unhappy with the current state of the game and developer Grinding Gear Games' initial response to their complaints. I wanted to give a summary overview as to what's going on and what people are upset about. Now, as this is more of a drama recap than actual content, I've opted to disable the monetization that I can, since I don't really want to feel incentivized to make drama content. Just in this...
Never fucking do that. Never do that. Because people will always find, they'll always find some kind of a way that you get an advantage for it, and you never play into the people that try to pull that angle with you. Because if people are trying to pull that angle on you, they don't like you, they don't fucking agree with you, and they don't give a fuck.
In case, it felt worth making a video to give people a summary as to what's going on and share some thoughts, as a game and a community that I love is in a pretty rough shape right now.
Alright, here
So
we
there's
go.
lots of topics to cover. Let's just start with the new expansion, Lake of Calandra. The reveal for this new mirrored lake mechanic looked quite good.
Yeah.
It promised a fun new system of build your own content that improved on some other similar systems we've
It's
had
a
in the
dick.
past. It also involved one of the more mysterious characters in Path of Exile's lore, Calandra, for whom one of the rarest items the Mirror of Calandra is named for.
That's right.
Quickly, players discovered that this new mechanic was not very rewarding. In fact,
Surprise.
quite unrewarding compared to the state that most new content releases in. As such,
A lot of times whenever a new league mechanic comes out, it's ridiculously good. Like I remember back like in Ritual League where people kept tweeting out pictures of like, oh my god, I got a fucking headhunter in my ritual. I got a fucking guy got a mirror. He got a exalted orb, and then like even an ultimatum, people would get crazy. Like I got I got a lot of crazy shit in ultimatum. I'm gonna be honest. Like I fucking hated that league, but like I got a lot of crazy shit in there. And so it's like, yeah, it was raining cat, bro. Like that shit was nuts. And it was fucking annoying to play too. And so whenever a league comes out and the mechanic is bad, like you have to understand about the Path of Exile community. These are people that can watch a 30-minute build guide video with no gameplay. And the only thing that you see is a bunch of spreadsheets and math. And then all the comments are like, wow, bro, this shit looks fucking fun, man. Oh my god, bro, like, I'm fired up. I can't wait to play this, dude. Oh my god, this is gonna be awesome, man. I watched the whole thing. Thanks for your videos. So you have to understand, these are the people that you are making content for. These are not people that just, oh, well, we play the game and I like doing these maps because they look cool. Bro, these people optimize the fun out of everything and they have fun doing that. If your shit is not optimized, people in PoE will not fucking do it.
when my permadeath character died in the lake yesterday, I felt a bit stupid because I died taking a big risk for the promise of very little return. This one was able to, maybe just the big bears.
I've gotten a couple of... To be fair, that was 100% his fault, right? Like, let's be honest. It was 100% his fault, but it is still, it still sucks to just get one-tapped like that.
I got toxic bombed.
Yeah.
Jesus. Now, while I like the overall design concept of the Lake of Calandra, in addition to being unrewarding, it doesn't really introduce any new content either. And the much vaunted reveal of Calandra has amounted to a bird lady taunting us a bit while we fight monsters. I had personally hoped for a bit more for Calandra and a bit more new content out of this league mechanic. Now, an expansion league mechanic releasing in an unrewarding state is not that big of a deal on the grand scheme of things.
It's only happened
Certainly,
half the
this has
leagues.
happened in the past and has been improved upon with patches following up. But it does mean that, in the current state of affairs, players can't really fall back on new expansion hype when other things in the game are currently upsetting them.
Exactly, right? Because like a lot of people just, there are many people who just skip the league mechanic. Like honestly, I never did Expedition League. I got the Atlas Tree passive that like you never see them. Ah, fucking, there it is. Blissfully ignorant. And I have no idea about those. And so people usually just skip the league mechanic if they don't like it. But like never it's imposed on you. And you have Arc Nemesis. Yeah, Heist is another one. Like I do Heist once a league. I'll do all the Heist stuff, I'll get like 3x out of it and I'll never do it again. And I'll always tell myself, oh, this is really fun, I should do this more. I never do it again because it sucks. And anyway, the thing is, with all of the different league mechanics and everything, a lot of times you can just skip them and do the stuff that you like doing instead. But because this Arc Nemesis, again, like Arc Nemesis, like think of it as like all of the rare spawns in the game are like completely re-modified and they're like 1,000 times harder. It affects everything in the game. You can't get away from the changes.
So on to some of those other issues. Next up we have Arch Nemesis. This is the system that was introduced last expansion to revamp rare monsters. Arch Nemesis was initially in an expansion mechanic that allowed you to build a bare workshop your own rare monsters. It featured a long list of different modifiers you could stack on a monster to make them stronger and add mechanics to them designed to kill you in many unpleasant ways.
Which, by the way, I want to say again, I like a lot of the Arc Nemesis mods, and I think that they are an improvement over the base rare spawn mobs. I think that they are an improvement at a fundamental level. They are more interesting, they are more visually appealing, you can easily detect what they are without actually having to look at and read the text on the character. They are a tremendous, massive fucking improvement, and I can see why Grinding Gear Games will...
Gledao sam stream danas. Tako čudno.
Koji, njegov stream?
Pa taj, cilj, 20 minuta. Dobar dan, dobar dan.
Ja, dok mu nisu pobegli ovi sa kanala, ovi njegovi vieweri. To malo što ih je bilo.
Dobar dan.
A šta te briga? Odveć sam star, ali bih ti mogao reći.
Se Nenad potresao zbog kanala nego oni.
Nenad je resetovao, ako sam ga dobro shvatio, onaj progres na nulu.
Čega?
Pa zato što smatra da može bolje.
Šta, event?
Ne, čitav, evo ti kažem, reseto je čitav account.
Rovuj, šta?
Možeš da odeš na Crytekov sajt ili šta već i da tražiš da ti resetuju, da se ti resetuju komplet account. Resetuju te na Prestige 0, Bloodline 0. Pa ti grinduj opet sve. Nije problem. Resetuju ti čitav account. Pa to je tražio. Pa on je obsednut time da kao ima loš kao taj KD ratio i kao ne može da izađe iz minusa i Milan ga je sabotirao i ginuo je na početku jako mnogo i sad to ide jako sporo i da ne mora kupuje novi account, on je rešio kao da resetuje.
Pa i meni je KD otišao.
Ma kako je uzi?
0.54, sad bi je 0.59. Da, koliko je zabolo.
Koliko igraš, dosta je velik.
Dve nedelje da nišanski sprave podesti ponovo, jer sam i sa Sparksom i sa Springfieldom 100 hit markera imao ni jedan headshot.
Aha, a to zato što nemaš dobru stolicu. Gledaj kako gađe čovjek sa Springfield Marksmanom. Kako je ubio ovoga, kako se zove, Pizza Bill Hunt Showdown. Znaš kako čovjek ih je pobio sa Pa nema dobru stolicu. Vidjet ćeš zašto.
Alright kiddos, what do people hate?
Svi komentari za taj klip su da je čovjek ima jednostavno dobru stolicu. Gledaj.
Alright, so this person is...
No. Slika govori više od 1000 reči. Izvoli. Vidiš kako čovjek gađe kroz drvo, kroz zgradu, kroz ivicu, svega i metak probija i headshot sve. A vidiš kako stolicu čovjek ima. Ajmo gledaj. Interesantne klipove pravi, znaš. Generalno.
Znači, zbog stolice gađa i kroz drvo i kroz vrata.
A nije on, nego taj što ih je pobio. Taj. Pošto ako spomeneš developerima ili moderatorima Crytek community-a, da ne neko čitovo, odmah te banuju, znaš. I onda community sad od sprdnje, svakoga razumeš koji koristi cheat, samo kažu he had a better gaming chair. To je ono, sprdnja na njihov račun. Pošto ne smiješ da javno tvrdiš da neko čituje, pošto kao čitera nema, onda samo kažeš he had a better chair.
Pokaži da nam na buduće, da se rano skoro. Ne znam šta se ono sinoć desilo i meni i Draku, umjena se ono lik sabi. Naleteli smo na jedan tim, počeli tu da se rokamo, ja ubijem jednog, pogodi me neći me pogodio da se mogli se slažiti s čime, mislim da je to nekako desna misija bila,
da.
Ne mogu se poradim. I onda se sklonim i odjednom mi samo spadne health totalno i umre. Kao da sam iskrvario napad.
Ako te je pogodio, na primjer, Nitro Express s onom shredder municijom, ona pravi heavy bleed i skida...
Imao je coldvele, duple coldvele je imao. I Drakulu isto, ja počnem gledam Drakulu i Drakulu isto pogodi i Drakula isto tako umre. Ne znam što čuo, jer je počeo se dere čekarčina.
Pa to je neki exploit 100%. Exploit ili cheat, to ti isto po meni.
Znači, bukvalno on jeste mi smanjio kad me pogodio i ja sam krenuo iza drveta da se killujem jednom, samo mi se, bukvalno u 9 sekundi mi se samo spala ona linija i...
Moram pogledati to, kako je Drakula klipao. To je od razmišljenja.
Boli me, da kažem da me boli, nego nekako fino, na pinjaku.
Kao da neko zabije ekser polako. To zove migren. Valjda bi ti znao nešto o tome.
Migrena je jako ovo migrena. Ovo je ništa migrena. Ovo ne znam, dosta ono onako. Konstantno pljucajući, smarajući. Vjerovatno pritisak vazduh taj napolje.
Pa...
Ceo dan polu kiša, polu oblačno, polu hladno.
Može biti da je to.
Možda sad da pojedemo kavu.
Nemam sreće, nemam para, nemam sreće, aman. Prokleta je moja sudbina.
Baklavu,
Bakljava.
Kako kori naše, ona muž. Kako pričali kakve baklave imaju jeveni. Jevenci dani. Jevenci dani.
Wanted to push Arch Nemesis to the next level, but resist and life stacking sucks balls. True.
It had a pretty middling reception as a expansion mechanic because while it could be pretty rewarding in terms of loot, most of the Arch Nemesis modifiers were frustrating to deal with, a topic I've talked at on length in the past in podcasts and such. However, to keep things brief here now, we'll just say that these modifiers warped the gameplay around them quite a bit and frustrated players to a large degree.
Because if all the rare spawns have this and the game has rare spawns everywhere, then the entire game is now built around this system. It's kind of like, you know, like in Legion and WoW, it's like artifact.
Dobro.
Koliko je platio?
Koliko je Milan platio grafiku?
Ne Milan, vidim.
Nenad, pa vjerojatno neki 300 evrića moja pretpostavka. Koliko god je platio previše.
Još hvala malo slova, ne malo, nego dosta. Ova moja 57 30 je dosta, ja se može se naći za 350. Kontaš.
Konta.
Effect power. Like, that's how prevalent it is. It's just, it's a facet of every aspect of the game.
3. Thankfully, they were contained only to Arch Nemesis Build-A-Monster mechanic, which you could avoid if you wanted. It came as a bit of a unpleasant surprise then when right after the Arch Nemesis expansion.
And I also want to say, sorry, I keep pausing. Whenever I say rares, that's what they are referred to as, but think of them as like elite mobs. And you will probably encounter in a random map 20 to 30 of these rares.
Expansion,
So,
this new list of
all the
modifiers
time.
was added to every single rare monster in the game.
Every single
On top of that, the rewards associated with these modifiers was removed.
Cock ass.
So we had very frustrating monsters that we could not avoid in every moment of the game, and they didn't drop any more loot than usual.
People are not
Several
happy.
patches were released to retune and remove some of the worst offenders of these Arch Nemesis modifiers, but many players continued to feel that the game as a whole had got worse with this new revamp to rare monsters, and it stayed this way for the rest of the league.
We only cut an inch off your
This
dick.
expansion, Arch Nemesis, got a little bit better again.
You've still got two
There
more
are
left.
fewer rare monsters now, so you have more space to deal with them, and some unique and actually pretty decent rewards.
As if that matters whenever half of the on-death mechanics are obscured with the other mechanics that are on death, and then also the other spell effects, and then the ground effects that are happening from the other NPCs. It doesn't really matter. Visual clarity, I feel like, should be one of the prime goals of Path of Exile 2. It's so bad. It's slightly better now, but it's still awful.
Were added to some of the rare monsters as drops. However, for many players, it still felt like all gameplay in Path of Exile is being warped around these Arch Nemesis modifiers. I think this contributes to the current levels of unhappiness because it feels a bit like, while Arch Nemesis...
Jeste gledali seriju?
Sandman.
Uspavljivač? Je to horor kao? Pa da, ali to je kao serija, ali kao priča horor, ili tako?
Valjda su bacili 11. tajnu epizodu.
Kako, 11.
Tajnu epizodu.
Okej. Nemam pojma šta si rekao, ali...
Bila je serija 10 epizoda.
Dobro, ali...
Danas gledam nešto, vratim na Netflixu, piše 11 epizode. I pogledam na internetu, 11. tajna epizoda pušta.
A, pa dobro, to nisu najavili, to je možda bonus neki. Ljudi su možda očekivali 10, oni naprijed 11.
Točno.
Si instalirao?
Da, ali sam pokrenuo, brate, sa desktopa instalacije, jer nije ćela iz Windows, iz
Pa možeš ti da pokreneš takvu instalaciju, nije to.
Pa je.
Jesi uspio da edituješ ono?
Jesam, to sam uradio.
I preskočio ti je ključ, jel tako?
Da.
Pa da.
A ovako iz BIOS-a nije ćeo da mi preskoči ključ, ne dan uopće.
Aha, wow.
Tu nisi zvao Milana ti instalira.
Iako sam to uradio što si rekao, iz BIOS isto nije ćelo da mi pokrene, traži mi ključ. A ovako sad, kad sam pokrenuo setup, sad je restartao kompjuter i evo piše instalira.
To i Milana nisi zvao da to instalira.
A nema, kako.
Znaš da ti je povređen? A, Boris. Lastevičar, da.
Povredio se, viš da ga nema jebogi.
Zašto? Koga je uvredio?
Na boj se jezik nije povredio.
Ko sme da ga uvredi sve mene?
Sam je sebe sredio. Tako, može tako.
Tako.
Hard disk, iz USB-a, eksterni hard disk i čitač kartica za key. Sad je prestalo ono da mi pištara, ono da mi javlja samo. Kure. Da se konektuje.
Jeste momci što se radi?
Gdje si ti Nenade? Tebe je bilo pa si nestao odjednom.
Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan!
Voli Nenad kad mu vičemo dobar dan.
Vrat bi ono neki komp na popio, da smo još i to ne uzimo. Pa nam polinjen sistem.
O, evo Milanova devojčica, sad ću da okačim da raspoložim.
Ti Nenade ne znaš di ti sistem.
Ja ne znam.
Pa što si nosio onda?
Pa ne be, nego on je nosio nam popjave nešto, ne znam šta.
Pogledaj general.
Ko ti je ovo Gari?
To je ona Milanova od prošle godine, na lepotici.
Koja je to?
Pa ona što sam mu stavno sliku na moru,
Ona ružna, ja se izvinjam, ne valja nikad reći za ženu da je ružna, ali to je ona desna. Ne ona leva, ona je desna. Ali teško je reći je li to žensko ili šta je to? Bez ljutnje. Ako ti je dobra prijateljica, žao mi je, ali barok ima dobru dušu.
Veliki prijatelj Gardinačkog pre svega.
Ako je veliki prijatelj, onda dobro. Možda može samo prijatelj da bude, pošto ostale opcije ne dolaze u opcije.
Nemesis is gradually being patched into a better and better state, it's still fundamentally unfun and unavoidably so.
I think that Arch Nemesis is not fundamentally unfun. I think what's fundamentally unfun is fighting an Arch Nemesis mob and then 9 times out of 10 getting nothing out of it. I think that's what's fundamentally unfun, not the gameplay.
For myself personally, it's frustrating because I actually like the idea of Path of Exile having fewer, stronger, rare monsters that give out good rewards.
Yeah.
Which is the intention of Arch Nemesis.
That's the way it used to be.
But this design is achieving that goal in a very unpleasant way. I could discuss the problems with Arch Nemesis design and better ways to achieve these goals all day, but for the sake of expediency, we'll leave it there for now. Next up, another big reveal with this expansion was the long-awaited rework of an older League mechanic, Harvest.
They, as you can see here, there was a spelling error. Revamped, this vamped here is supposed to be moved, removed content harvest. Apparently somebody at the office just messed up.
Harvest was a system of very powerful and rewarding item crafting that was fairly frustrating to deal with and couldn't easily be traded between players. You had to engage in risky, trust-based trading, often using third-party Discord groups to arrange these trades.
It was also like, I hated getting Harvest in my maps, but I knew that it was so good that I couldn't skip it. Because like, well, you guys are the only ones, like you do your, like your map would be 10 minutes and 7 minutes would be Harvest and 3 minutes would be the rest of the map. I hated that. So like, I actually think the currency system for Harvest is a genuine improvement. I just think the tuning for it is garbage. It breaks the gameplay. Yeah, you fuck around with it. You spend more time doing that than the map.
The new rework promised to make Harvest crafting mechanic fully tradable and potentially make it a lot nicer to engage with overall.
Yeah.
People were hyped for this announcement as the Harvest crafting system was loved by many, but it has been steadily nerfed over time to the point where many gave up on it entirely.
I think that some of the nerfs to the Harvest crafting were probably good for the game overall, because Harvest crafting was so strong that the entire game was warped around it. But I think that, like, again, it's like the top 10% offenders were bad, but the other 90% were totally fine. And also, like, for very casual players, Harvest was great. Because, like, Harvest would let you, like, for example, you need a lot of resistances, right? So if you have, like, capped out lightning resistance, but, like, overcapped, like, you only need 75% or something, and you have 110, well, you can convert part of that lightning to fire on a certain piece of gear, or to cold resistance, for example. Like, this is why Harvest was amazing for casual players. And I think that also, like, PoE in general, like, a lot of the problems that this is, like, running into is that it's designing the game around throttling the top 0.1% players. I think that's what's happening here, is like the top 0.1% players are being throttled, but I think that there's also a lot of casual players that are being damaged as well.
Finally, Harvest was getting some love.
Yeah.
The implementation matched
excited.
the expectations, unfortunately, of the biggest skeptics in the community.
Yeah.
The volume of crafting you are able to do after the revamp is heavily reduced to a tiny fraction of what you could do previously. And on top of that, many of the useful and powerful crafting options were removed. It was only stated previously that fluff and unnecessary crafting options would be removed, but options that allowed players to re-roll affix ranges, known as Harvest Divining, and options such as reforged suffixes and prefixes were also removed.
I love those.
Not only that, the most common and entry-level crafting option, reforge a rare item with a guarantee.
That's like what, the thing is, like, that's the really good stuff, right? Because, like, let's say you get an item, and the item has, like, a really great roll. It has, like, a ton of life, but it has horrible resistances. Well, you can make a good, you can make a bad item good. You can make, like, how many times have you guys gotten something and it's like a perfect fucking roll on like 2 stats, but then everything else is garbage. Harvest allowed you to turn bad stuff into good stuff, and it made the game more dynamic because of that. I've had that happen many times, personally.
Each specific modifier type was nerfed as well in an easy-to-miss way. There used to be 2 versions of this craft, and the stronger version was removed, leaving only the weaker one. This is easy to miss as the 2 were similarly worded. If I've lost you, suffice to say that what was hyped to be a really nice set of improvements to an older beloved crafting system turned out instead to be a very, very heavy-handed set of nerfs instead. Similarly then was the other revealed improvements to an older mechanic. Beyond was a very old expansion mechanic that spawned demons from beyond as you killed monsters.
Something like that.
To update this system, a newer league, Scourge, was recycled. The much cooler and much more modern Scourge monsters would replace the very dated Beyond monsters. Not only that, but the Scourge monsters would be bringing their unique drops with them. Very exciting, as tainted jewelers and fusings in particular were very useful for easily improving the sockets and links on corrupted items. These tainted currencies would randomly add or remove a socket or link, resulting in a very reliable way of creating corrupted 6-link items. For those out of the loop, this means salvaging otherwise unusable items and allowing players another accessible route to get their required slots for their primary skills.
6-link item is like turning 21 being able to drink, or turning 18, or like it's like getting your driver's license, something like that. It's like boom, we're ready to go. Like that's like your build. Like your build is designed around a 6-link. So like you are realizing your build and getting your 6-link. So like if that's so important. Like in my mind, I think a new player should be able to get 6-link within like a week. Personally. PoE2,
it was said that these would be reduced in effectiveness and in quantity available, but players were disappointed to learn that these tainted fusings went from what seemed to be somewhere around 50-50 odds of adding or removing a link or socket to something closer to a 10% chance to add and 90% chance to remove. A huge nerf to be sure, making these currencies quite useless outside of some long-shot gambles. So in total, this is several smaller disappointments in a row this expansion. Not enough to get everyone fired up, but certainly affecting many players. Unfortunately, there was something much bigger and much more fundamental brewing as well.
The loot.
It initially started as scattered reports of, is anyone else getting less loot than usual? Easy to write this sort of thing off because such claims are made every new wipe as people reacclimate to a fresh start. However, the evidence kept mounting with people opening empty currency lockboxes, and it got to the point where even top farming players and groups started posting their abysmal loot compared to previous expansions. Something seemed
and it's also like the thing is, it was not always like, I actually don't think that it's super good for the game what Empyrean does. I don't think it's super good for the game. I mean, like, he's gonna do it, and that's badass, and I love watching it. But, like, it's not super good to have people printing currency like that because it's just bad for the economy. However, there are ways to address that without fucking killing everybody else's loot chances.
To be fundamentally broken, and many of us expected something was bugged. Especially since during the reveal it was mentioned that we should get excited about magic finding again, a loot finding strategy that was seemingly
people do get excited about magic finding because they now have to get excited about finding magic items.
Buffed. There was nothing in the patch notes, so speculations continued while we waited for word from the developments on what was causing this seeming bug. And that brings us to yesterday's news post, what we're working on. This post promised some very measured and marginal improvements to Arch Nemesis monster difficulty, a small buff to the amount of crafts available from Harvest, and an unspecified buff to the reward level of Lake of Calandra's rewards.
That was also a problem, I think, with the Arch Nemesis and not nerfing the red map ones, because like for anybody that doesn't know, like red maps have more extreme modifiers. Like, you will roll, just on average, way more extreme modifiers on red maps than you will on, like, on yellow or white maps. So, like, you have a multiplier that's happening there. You have, like, the multiplier of, like, higher map mods on top of the multiplier of these, like, fucking, you know, capstone NPCs that have, like, 700% lightning resistance or something. It's nuts. Is this so bad that people are quitting after 3 days? Yeah, I think it is. Some people are quitting because they're hoping that the league is going to get better. Some people are quitting because like they feel like their time's not being, they're not investing their time in something that is enjoyable. Like beating a target dummy for 3 minutes that can kill you if you get unlucky to get nothing doesn't feel good.
To be clear, all of these are good things, but they felt very conservative given the level of frustration that players were feeling at these problems.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, I mean, the thing is also with PoE, it's not like, by the way, it's not like, oh, if everybody gets all this loot, then everybody's gonna get everything and beat the game. Like, what you have to understand is, like, so, look. So, like, this is like the Diablo 3 loot curve, okay? Right? This is the Diablo 3 loot curve. And this is like, you know, Ancient right here. This is Primal Ancient right here. This is the PoE loot curve. And by the way, it keeps going. It keeps going like 3 monitors up. Like, there is so much that you can do to make your gear better and better and better. It's like you're, it's like you're like exploring the inside of an atom. And it's like, you fucking realize that there's something inside of that, and there's something inside of that, and it's like, wait a second, you can get, like, tailwind on your boots if you have, like, this craft from, like, this special orb, and, like, wait, what the fuck? Like, oh, so you need synthesized items, and then you can get an implicit modifier that will increase the amount of endurance charges you, oh my god. Right? It's like, it's infinitely complex. So it's, I don't want anybody to think like, oh, well, if they get the gear, they're going to quit. No, this game has like infinite gear. +1 all red boys. Yeah, there you go. All red gems.
And the proposed fixes only tackled some parts of the problems.
Right.
For example, the removal and nerfs to harvest crafts that are available was not addressed at all. Only the volume of fuel players would get to use their remaining decimated crafting options. The biggest part of all, however, was the response to questions about all the seemingly missing loot drops. In particular, the following line came as a huge surprise. We removed a massive historic bonus to item quantity and or rarity that applied to some league-specific monsters.
We
replaced it with a moderate 2 to 3 times increase to item quantity to offset the fact that these often have more life.
So Milton will just go to work and he won't get paid. And we found these things just kind of work themselves out naturally. No effort here on your end, you're good.
Than regular monsters, and some cannot drop maps. What this means is that monsters from expansion league mechanics all had massive bonuses to item quantity and rarity as quoted, likely something like 1000% or more. We can only really make some educated guess as to the exact figures. This hidden scaling to loot drops was removed and replaced with a 2 to 3 times multiplier to quantity only. While we don't know the exact numbers, this means that loot quantity was lowered by an estimated 50 to 80% from the monsters that tend to drop most of the loot in endgame maps. And the bonuses to rarity, which primarily affects dropping rare and unique items, seems to have been axed completely. I feel like we need a bit more context to what happened here exactly from GGG's side of things, but this certainly explains the effect players have been noticing on their loot drops.
Yes.
And this affects pretty much everyone, from the new players just starting out in endgame maps, to the veteran magic finding parties dumping hundreds of chaos investments into each map. The What We're Working On post followed up this shocking revelation with some promised improvements such as...
It's like they invest 150 fucking chaos orbs into a map, and they get 50 chaos orbs out of the map. Does that sound like a good deal to you? Yeah.
Skewing drops to have more higher level bases on average, and some bug fixes for edge case issues. However, the proposed improvements once again feel very conservative compared to the perceived magnitude of the issues amongst the community.
10%.
This difference between the degree of changes proposed and the magnitude of issues as seen by the community fuels a strong feeling of disconnect and helplessness, along with a loss of trust and waning optimism for the future. All of this is a very nasty...
I think a lot of people are very upset about this because obviously, you know, Path of Exile 1 is going to transition into Path of Exile 2. It's not like Path of Exile 2 is going to come out and it's like Halo 1 and Halo 2. It's going to be they're clearly going to be using. It's not like there's different people designing PoE 2. It's the same leadership doing it. So like, if this game is problematic, then what's going to happen with PoE 2? It's like Overwatch 2. Yeah, exactly.
Recipe for a very unhappy community.
This definitely took the wind out of my sails. I feel so fucking motivated. What's the point of playing softcore trade if you can't juice?
He's talking about Empyrean's group again.
What's the point of playing SSF if you can't craft gear? I don't know what to do.
We'll likely be getting the first of the proposed improvements in a patch today and over the coming days. Hopefully these scale up to some much larger improvements, because right now, to say that a large amount of players are frustrated with the current response from grinding gear games is an understatement. I will say this, while it is important to get your thoughts out there in the hopes
Of
that
a
the game...
person who's like, I'm not like as in the PoE community as these guys are, right? Like I'm not like, but I keep up with it a lot. I have never seen this much drama and this many people upset about anything in the game ever before.
That we all love is improved, it's okay and sometimes even a good idea to disengage from the game and the community afterwards if you're not getting from the game what you want to be getting from it.
That's true.
Or if your mental health is being affected by being immersed in the negativity, as warranted as it may be. Look after yourselves, exiles, and be kind to each other, especially during times of high frustration like this.
Don't give yourself a mental illness over a video game.
I hope this was a useful summary for some of you feeling a bit out of the loop. That's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
That's a I think this is probably the most fair video you could imagine. I'm going to link it to you guys. We're going to watch Zizrain's video, then I'm going to go ahead and wrap everything up with my closing thoughts. Why am I up so late? I've just been fucking staying up late, that's why. I shouldn't be up late, but I wanted to do this because I want to be able to play the league, and it's bad right now, and I want it to be good. So like maybe if I make a video and talk about it, like maybe that would help. Like I don't know, like I want to be able to I want to be able to clear the maps, and so yeah, there it is. Did you watch MP's video? I didn't watch it. I'll probably watch it off stream today, but like I'm not gonna watch it tonight. It will help. Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and take a look at this second one here. Zizrain, huge friend at the stream. I've known this guy ever since he was PC Child. I've watched him for a very long time. He's been a PoE streamer for quite a while, and met him multiple times at TwitchCon, etc. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at what he's got to say.
Hi, Zizrain here. Chris Wilson has posted on Reddit, and it's big wall of text, and I'm gonna read it. There's quite a large jump in difficulty from the campaign to early maps, as the number of arch nemesis mobs and monsters arises abruptly. This not only affects their...
It's not because of that, it's because of the arch nemesis mobs with the multiplying factors. Like, you have a fucking Legion Elite that has arch nemesis modifiers. So it's already doing 300% damage. So whenever you take 300% and multiply it by 200%, that's a lot more than like 100% multiplied by 200%. That's why.
Average difficulty, but just how tanky they are. We're going to taper up more smoothly so that it's more gradual progression and is unmodified in red maps. This will result in less difficulty and less life on average for rare maps below red maps. To prevent life values getting out of hand on special league monsters with arch nemesis mobs, will also reduce the life bonus that each essence grants a rare monster and reduce a bonus that life red beasts have. We'll also review whether betrayal content is spawning too many rare monsters. Good, I was really worried they weren't going to touch on this. Good, thank you. Harvest. Players have commented that the quantity of life ores yielded by S.W.Frost is too low to how much the craft costs. Harvest yield currently scales up to around 10 times higher by the time you're in high maps with Atlas Tree specialization, rewarding you.
10 times 0 is still 0. Harvest still sucks, and then also like the harvest mobs, so like we have to understand it's like a lot of the mobs that are added into the league content, some of them are just like ridiculously overpowered. And one of the hardest mob base types are like the Katava Heralds. They're like the big guys that are almost like massive fucking bodybuilders, except for their demons from the fucking astral plane, and they can jump on top of you and shoot fire shit at you, and they can kill you so fucking fast. And yeah, Porcupine, that's another one, yeah. And so these mobs, like, they are one of the hardest NPCs you can get. So they're already ridiculously fucking strong. So harvest mobs are already hard to kill, and then you add on the Arc Nemesis modifiers. Now you've just got yourself a cock in the ass. You've got yourself a 4-minute fight to get nothing.
Thank you for running higher maps, rolling your maps well, and specializing in harvest. We will rebalance the yield at lower maps so that League is more rewarding early on without affecting its yield at higher tiers. It's still terrible at higher tiers though!
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean? That's so bad! It's terrible! Have you not been in red maps? Players also noticed that occasionally a harvesting encounter can result in no life force dropping. This was because in an effort to reduce the number of clicks, the life force from beasts below tier 3 had a non-guaranteed chance to drop, but was larger on average than it otherwise would be. This means you could occasionally get unlucky and receive none for that encounter. We're raising the chance of life force dropping so it's less likely to receive none at all, while striving not to
North
increase
Africa is a hugely
its
important strategic location. We need to take control of the region for the war effort as a whole. You're not too far from the various enemy intel points.
Is it gonna break the game if somebody's able to get it every time?
And get us all those documents.
an enjoyable amount. Lake of Calandra. We are increasing the rewards from both league and non-league encounters throughout the league. Particularly at higher map levels and higher difficulty. We will raise the occurrence rate of regular, not ethereal, reflecting mist so they get more choices of reflected rare jewelry as a reward for playing harder encounters. We're also investigating some Lake of Calandra QL like marking which rooms are completed on that map. Nice. Okay.
I just think that the layout I think having even if it's for 5 seconds, I've got a backtrack. Fuck.
Great. General item players support the general item will feel a lot lower in the expansion. There are 2 changes made in 3.19. The first is the rate of encountering rare monsters from certain league content has been reduced, so you're fighting, killing, receiving rewards from fewer monsters than before.
Yes.
This is partially offset by rare monsters now being more rewarding. The second reason is that we removed a massive historic bonus to quantity and rarity applied to some league-specific monsters. We replaced it with a moderate increased item quantity to offset the fact that they have often more life than regular monsters. There have been no other reward affecting changes that we are aware of, but we will investigate to see if there are any unanticipated consequences of some other changes. Our intention with these changes is to modify certain league content that is out of line with other content that has a similar reward profile. These changes are important, but we understand they are reduced overall rewards the players receive. We are going to compensate elsewhere, but we don't want to just increase the raw number of items that are dropped. Most items are immediately filtered out. We want to increase the number of relevant items that drop. Good. First, we are going to adjust the system that skews weapon armor bases towards the higher level, so the players find items that are relevant to their level more often. This isn't an increase to overall item drop. It'll just mean you'll find more appropriate rare items. Second, we're going to play the same consolidation approach we had to X-bosses to map bosses. That sounds awesome. Because that was noticeable, the last one they did. This will result in you finding more unique items from map bosses. It's worth noting.
Watch out. Those things are lethal.
Thematically, the map bosses should be the goal. Like, you should be excited whenever you kill the map boss because you're hoping that the cool thing from the map boss drops. Like, there are a handful of these, right? You can get, like, the first one comes to mind is the Brass Dome. That drops from Minotaur, right? Brass Dome's a really expensive chess piece. It makes it where you move slow. I think you take more electricity damage or some shit, but you can't be crit. You've got like 9 million or I think it's actually 6,000 armor. It's global drop now? Oh, okay, well then never mind. Yeah, so then the one cool example, yeah, they got rid of that one. So I don't have any examples. Well, like, theoretically.
Noting that a white shirt that the player opening and receiving no items has caused some concern. We believe this is caused by the change where common currency drops less frequently but in larger stacks. We will fix this specific Army's Stormbox issue. These changes are not final, but we want to communicate our current thoughts immediately rather than wait. I mean, this is good, right? They communicate right after the weekend. I think most of the problems are fixable. This is going to come down to how good is the Lake of Calandra fixes, and this is terrible. This is awful. The hardest,
It's also base game is still bad. We need more currency. Like, I just think players need more currency on a base game. The thing is, the game requires a certain especially like just going through your maps. Like, you want to roll different maps, you want to give people the ability to get different maps, etc. And that requires chaos, that requires hordes of chance, it requires like, guys, I'm having to piecemeal out. I feel like by the time I kill Kitava the first time, it's like if I get a good item, I just alch it. It's not a big deal. Now it's like, you know, I mean, like, oh, well, it's a bone helmet, but it's not 84 item levels, so I don't know if we should alch this or not. I don't have an essence to craft like that. Yeah, I mean, let's just vendor it. It's nuts.
Keeping it removed. The arch nemesis stuff. I mean, this, I just have no idea. Hopefully this fixes it. This is addressing the problem I have with it. But at this point, they just remove harvest. Either walk harvest back or get rid of it. No. What?
Right? So let's say before you had 10 rares and each of them had, you know, 100% drop table, right? Well, if you take out 9 of the rares and there's only 1 rare left and it drops 200% loot, you're still losing 800%. Even though the 1 rare drops more than the 1 rare did before, in total, you are losing a lot of fucking loot. And that's, yes, a minus 800. Yeah, they learned from Diablo Immortal, but it was the wrong lesson. This is, so, yeah, we have to have that. We want plus 800%, Chris, not minus 800%. This is maybe it's like a communication thing, right? It's a different game.
Don't walk it back. The new
like
system is way better than the old one. There is nothing worse than having to craft when you find a harvest. Like, I love the new, like, it should just drop 5 to 10 times more than what it's currently dropping. Like, I just need life force to drop. Each plot should drop a minimum amount that is enough for 2 min craft. I agree, absolutely.
I think more.
Okay,
maybe.
but if I want 5 blue on a strength item, but that should be rare. What do you mean? It shouldn't be easy to get 5 blue on a strength item. That's a good thing. Anyway, I give this a...
It is a good thing, but like the way that you do it is like, the thing is, if you knew how to craft, you could get 5 blue on a strength item, and it'd be no big deal. It'd be no big deal. Like, if you knew how to craft, you knew how to modify it, you knew what to go with the base, you knew what the harvest crafts that you could swap the color codes for, you could do it. And I think that's great. The fact that, like, with a very high level of knowledge, you can take a task that is easy, a task that is hard, and make it approachable, and I would not say easy, but accessible. And you don't do that by being good at the game, you do that with knowledge.
4 out of 10. 5 out of 10. It just depends what they end up doing and how much it fixes things. I'm very sad about the harvesting.
Yes.
I fucking hate the league mechanic. I literally... okay, I haven't stopped doing it, but I've stopped doing it. I'm probably doing what most of you guys are doing. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm just saving up mirror tablets. Because why the fuck would I run it right now?
Yeah.
I'm just fucking stacking them. So hopefully this makes it worth doing. General item drops are pretty low.
I'm not even gonna run it after the buffs. I'm gonna wait until other people run it. I'm gonna let them do the fucking guinea pig. And then I'm gonna be like, okay, yeah, alright, maybe I'll run it.
And like, the Empyrean stuff and quantity stuff seems straight up bugged, and that isn't really addressed here. I'm pretty sure I had 2 or 3 Arcanist boxes last week that had nothing else. But I feel like this was the biggest problem. I just think loot in general is a bit shit. I got flamed for saying this. But 2 or 3 years ago, some of you might remember that I said that because Reddit is become more and more toxic with personal attacks and stuff like that, they were going to stop communicating with us.
I tom
And like
zaklonu kom
communication has
stojiš.
changed so
Pola
much.
njega stoji u
Reddit
zaklonu,
scared
pola
Vex
ne,
away,
ne možeš
but
ga
now,
pojiti.
oh yeah, I mean, Vex doesn't talk to us
I
anymore.
told them to fucking rein that shit in. Remember, like, y'all can go back. 2 years ago, I said to rein this shit in. Because some of the people, they take it too far. Like, like, I think criticism and feedback, and even being addicted to feedback, is like, that's not good. But okay, it's got a dick. But people just go too far. Like, and it never gets reined in. I think that's what the problem is. Is like, especially I remember like the Empyrean thing. Like Empyreans made some like dumb fucking comparison about like people in Africa or like some starving African kid or something like that about how life wasn't fair. And like people were just in the comments like insulting this guy on like a personal level. Meanwhile, this is a dude who plays video games for a living. Like, what do you think? You think he wants kids to starve in Africa? Do you think that like, oh, what the fuck? Like, it's not a big deal. Like, it's like it's so disproportionate and it's so like maladjusted that you just can't have people like that dictate the dialogue. Because if you do, you're just never going to get anything done. You can't let that happen.
More the same way. There was so many like not everything's bad. Like obviously like criticism is great, and there like a lot of people start.
It's not about being too aggro. It's about making things personal. I think that you can be super aggro, but don't make things personal. That's the difference. I think that it's just it's so simple for anybody who knows what the sun looks like. If you know what grass feels like, you know what the sun looks like, you know what the difference is. We don't need to go over this.
They're like crying when there's any criticism, and that's not what I'm talking about. But there's so many comments. I mean, thankfully, very often they're downvoted and stuff, but you will, like, if you sift through the comments before the mods delete them, you'll see, like, literally people saying, like, oh, I hope the developers fucking die. And, like, really least sane comments like that. So when you're, like, seeing stuff like that, it's like, bruh. Like, they do get deleted, but, like, there's some, like, insane comments. Unhinged comments. How many people at last thing is their favorite league ever? Because it was for me. So I think that makes this such a stark comparison.
Maybe I'm
because I feel like I was running and they just chopped up off my leg. And now I'm like, I'm wading through shit right now. And,
I love the
and I was like,
analogies
I think it's just the fact that I'm getting pissed on from so many different angles. It's not just
another metaphor.
It's not just one
scream
angle of piss. It's like I have like no fucking items. I'm struggling so hard for gear. Like I actually have okay-ish gear now, but it's taken a lot. And the fact that like the league mechanic is unenjoyable, gear is really hard. I don't know. It's rough. Anyway, we'll end the video there. Blame me or whatever in the comments. I don't know if I had a bad or a good take. That's just how I feel. Thanks for watching. Stop me for next video. Try to die less than I do.
I think that was fair. I mean, like, again, I feel like also, like, there's no real reason to allow people that are vitriolic on a personal level to be part of the community. It's bad. It also, like, if you know, give them an inch, they take a mile. Like, the moment that you start letting people do that, then they just keep going. But, I mean, I'm not gonna go around and fucking, like, yeah, there are people on the PoE Reddit and in the PoE community that are dicks. That's the same with every community. It's the same in my community. It's the same on Twitch. It's the same on YouTube. It's the same in WoW. It's the same in Diablo. It's the same in every fucking game. It is what it is, and you just have to deal with it. However, the fucking people on Reddit did not nerf the loot drops. The fucking company did that. The company did that, and so that's what really the focus is. Like, I don't Like, I am a huge supporter of PoE. I've been a huge supporter of PoE for, I think probably at this point over 10 years. Like, if I had to guess, ever since the closed beta. And the fact is that I think that PoE does respond to a lot of criticism, and they are one of the more in-tune development studios with their community. That's why I think a lot of these changes come at such a surprise, because people are like, what the fuck, why is this happening? This isn't what we're used to. And the fact is that Path of Exile is, in my opinion, the best ARPG on the market, and there is no other game that even comes remotely close. Now, if you like super simple games, you're going to enjoy Diablo 3, maybe a bit more. I think that's totally okay. But for people that are hardcore players, Path of Exile is their fucking game. And that's why I want to see this shit get fixed. I've watched the PoE 2 footage, and I'm excited for that fucking game. And I want to continue being excited for the game. I understand that it is better, and I think that there is value in slowing down the maps a little bit more. You know, yes, maybe somebody should not be clearing 3 different screens in front of them with, like, the Explodey chest. I thought the Explodey chest nerf, I love the Explodey chest, okay? I thought it was fucking amazing. However, I saw why they nerfed it. I think it was probably a good idea to nerf it because every build was built around it. Like, if there's ever an item that everybody has to get the same item, then you need to change that fucking item or figure out why it's fun and then implement it in a way that it doesn't remove a choice out of the game. However, that does not necessarily mean that every single thing that they did do is good. I think that in a lot of ways they do make the right decisions. And I think that, like, for example, itemizing the Kalandra maps proactively, because it took them years to do that with the Alva missions, and then they proactively did that with the Kalandra maps. That's one of the big things. I saw that. I was like, oh man, this league's going to be really good. They've really thought this through. And the fact is that people have played this game forever.
Čuo sam da si se ubio. Dobre je, brate. Sreba se tu spalo. Dobre, no ću sad gledat tebe. Ne interesuje me, ja ti pokazao jednom kako si se povredio. Nemaš zdravstveno, nemaš ništa. Tamo ti živi. Rade mi ti gleda, vjerovatno.
Just demoralized. Done. Something needs to change. That's it. So that's the way I feel about it.
Andre, pa. Njegove rane su najveće. Ranjeni. Dobar. Završeno.
I doubt the enemy will let you wait quietly, squad. Use this time to dig in and prepare. We'll be there as soon as we can.
Ne znam, ispare ti pari svako džepa.
Gdje će doći?
You need to hold the extraction zone, soldier. Push them back. Keep pushing them back. Extraction's on the way.
Saniteta!
Enemy forces approaching. Get ready.
Uf. Volim kad se zaleti u mene s double barrelom, ja.
Keep your nerve and keep your chins up. We're on our way to get you. Enemy incoming. Open fire. Keep fighting. Don't you dare die me now. We're almost there.
Oh!
Oh, brother.
You've diminished the enemy forces and sabotaged their whole infrastructure.
Rekao lijepo je optimizovan.
Pa jes. Jes. Proseku oko 100 frame-ova, 120 na 2K. A ne znam koliko bi imao, ne igraš ga. Možemo samo da zamišljamo.
Pa 100 GB ne instaliram.
A ne znam, pa ja ga igram trenutno. Ja ga ne instaliram da imam 100 frame-a, ja ga instaliram da igram. Ne instaliram Tarkov od Borisa da bi rekao ja radim.
Ajmo na stolu.
Ajmo niđe, nisam vručan.
Pa nisam ja. Nema vode. Od jutros ako ti nije...
Pa šta sad to znači? Da nećemo ništa jesti, šta?
Pa kako ćeš?
Šta?
Možeš samo da jedeš što prženo.
Šta ćeš kuva? Nema prženo. Kod nas se kuva unaprijed.
Da te pita jednu stvar, jesi ti dobio neku kremu?
Kod nas kuva unaprijed. Nema.
Ne, si dobio neku kremu od doktora?
Nema.
Da vidim, gdje ti je to?
Ma nema.
Da ne uzimam ja napametno, da vidim šta ti je da.
Da ne uzimaš napamet.
Pa nisam ja doktor, brate, no ako tebi da za tu ogrebotinu, ako ti je da hidrociklin, nešto da kupim.
Nisam ja dobio ništa. Dobio sam napamet kao treba da uzmeš to, x, y.
A šta ti je rekao? Pa jesi uzmeo?
Nemam pojma, nisam. Kad su oni meni rekli šta treba da uzmem, mene već...
A čekaj, reci mi, je li tebi bilo dubljeno ovoga, ili ovako?
Pa to ti je modrica, ti si možda i rebro slomio. Ja nisam imao modricu, ja sam imao samo ono...
A čekaj, ali vidiš da je zarezano. Jesam, a? Priznaješ?
Kaži. Šta mu treba? Mora se čekati. Ne. Morat ću onaj popijemo pići tu, ali...
Ja sam se gore za...
Sve tvoje rane su najgore.
Ne, ja sam se gore zarezao.
Ajde sad šladovoda, ne? Da. Ne sladovoda.
Da.
Ne idem kod tebe, no, ćeš kod Liga, to se prepostavljam. Da li?
Možemo kod tebe.
A ne, že častiš?
Ne, možemo.
Samo ne valja, rezolucija? Da. Sada ću vodimo rezoluciju, to ne valja problem.
Dobacam da promeni ga, da.
A ne da ne promeniš, sada ću ga voditi. Ma je, pa ne može se stvarno što, ne može kiš uđe kroz ovo. Povuci ovaj centar. Pa ima, ne. Ma ja bi, ina da. 30 gram si stavio. Buon notte, sono malo. A tu stai per njega? Pa jedna. Fuck. Ja. Ja. Vou agir o que eu acho. Puk nogle lover nummer, og man er puk med evnen, men der... odakle, odakle? Oare nu vrem mergem la Messi?
Oh! Gdje ga je? dobri prepeličar.
Ko će ga znati?
Šta si?
Kod Ilije nešto. A?
Šta si nešto povredio, šta je bio?
A nešto na leđe, nemam pojma, nemam. Valjda od kamiona na stranici ili nešto tako nešto pričao.
Udario ga kamion! Ste vi njemu rekli da je to sjajno?
Kad ćemo igrati?
Kad doćeš. Kad doćeš, Bogo.
Zamisli Gardi, kupio sam novi USB, vrate, flash i odmah je dobio bad sektor, vrate. Ne mogu da ga formatiram, ne mogu ništa da...
Pa idi reklamiraj. Šta misliš o tome?
No se nešto bojim da ga ja nešto nisam zajebao, ali kontam da nema šta je ovo.
Pa probaj u Rufusu da ga preformatiraš.
To program neki, ili?
Aha. Rufus ti pravi bootabilni za dizanje Windowsa od flasha i on ga formatira. Probaj u njemu da ga pokidaš. Kontaš. Kako jebeno glupo vreme, ne verujem, znači... Glava me ceo dan tinja, jebem ti ovo vreme, da ti jebem vreme. Si instalirao i igru, šta si radi?
Jes, samo da... First time setup.
Frsti me. Meni je Windows tako zreo za ubijanje. Prosto vapi. Vapi. Kontaš. Vapi, prosto vapi. Imamo trtog. Trtog. Kesiću.
Šta si rekao, Grdinački?
Jel imamo trećeg je?
Što znam, ima, tu je Nenad.
Dobar dan, dobar dan. Nenade.
Nije tu, Nenad.
Nenade. Javi se, Nenade. Dobar dan. Neće, čika, nešto se javi. Čika, šone.
Sad ću dođem. Stavio.
Pa će da igramo, ima nas trojica, ajde, opet da ulećeš, evo.
Boj se, što si stavio Edge Restriction?
Šta sam stavio?
Stavio si Parental tamo na onaj, na Eon. Ajde, vičite.
Ja stavio?
Ja. Ima neki pin. Ne može se gledat.
Nisam ništa stavio, ja samo na Family ulazim, evo to.
A koji pin?
Čak sam ga skinuo kod mene, evo te, a ne da sam ga stavio. Pa probaj 1, 2, 3, 4, nemam pojma. Pa ga skini onda. Kisićevićius!
Znaš što mi se dešava na jednom kompu? Zvuk se ne čuje.
Na Eonu ili šta?
Ne, ovako, kako hoće YouTube da gleda. Secka zvuka, na reklame ne secka.
Pa nemam pojem. Kompjuteri su definitivno živa stvar, meni juče i prekjuče Hunt set zakuca na delić sekunde stane.
Kesiću ne čujem.
Kesiću!
Kesiću ne čujem.
Kaže Kesić, ajde zovi Nenada i nestane.
Imao sam tako loše pamćenje, to nije normalno.
Ajde upadaj sad, šta čekaš?
Čekaj, me zajebavaš, ti što sam.
Pa ne vidim, ne odgovaraš na Discordu ništa, otko znam.
Zajebavaš.
Ajde uljazi, nema da zajebava, bre.
Evo ga sad radi.
Sad dobro.
Stigu invite?
Jeste, evo.
Vegu kekar. Moj kekar.
Čekaj samo sekund.
Kurt Wurzel. Čekaj sad, šta ti prijavljuje, kakav pin kod, za šta, na Eonu?
Evo se nagledam onaj... Što da... Ovaj, gdje mu tamo?
Pali se prvo.
Pali ga.
Fa upaljaju i ono, nema za kada kada.
Probaj 1, 2, 3, 4, vidi, to je meni bilo pa sam ga skinuo na Family.
Zašto mi Riva Tuner Gardinački ne čita ni usage grafički, ni temperaturu, ni ništa, kao da ne vidi je.
Pa moraš to prvo da staviš u ono on display options da ti se iščitava.
Pa stavio sam, stoji, ali stoji mi 0 stepeni i 0 usage, kao da je ne vidi, kao da nema grafičke.
E pa jebem li.
0 stepeni i 0 usage, kao da je ne koristi, kao da ništa. Čudno baš.
A što neki put glupi MSI Afterburner da poludi da...
Samo sekund. CPU čita normalno, a GPU neće ništa da čita.
Siguran si instalirao driver, evo.
A evo te ne bi mogu igrat igru jebote.
Hej, ko kaže?
A jes, najbolje sada da...
Kompjuteri su živa stvar, kažem ja. Živa!
Nešto jesam instalirao, samo da nije pogrešno, a sad jebem mi.
Da nisi instalirao AMD driver možda?
Ej, AMD sigurno.
Lepo kažem, treba si Milana da zoveš da ti instalira Windows. Čovjek zna to da radi.
O, Milan?
Pa kako da? Ekspert. Eksperat. Milan ekspert. Bre. Moj Milan. I tvoj Milan.
Ti konja digao?
Kad krećete mora pazite, zato što se ekipa spawnuje tu negdje.
Znam ja, sve dobro. Već dovoljno dobro to znam.
A što se onda samo otrčali tamo?
Zato što sam otišao i video da li ima levo ljudi i otišao u compound.
Eno ih.
Gdje? Pinguj.
Trče na desno.
Evo ti ljebos. Kako se čuje to, evo ti?
Šta je to? Milan? Neke pozadine ili nešto?
Nije. Ovo je ili Kesić ili Ilija. Kesić.
A, Kesiću, šta radiš to?
Ja nisam tu ništa.
Veli su sad ovi otišli u pičku mater.
Već, okej.
Late ga je. Jedan gotov. Drugi gotov.
Jako smo udalje.
Šta sam sad? Gde mi je sad puška, jebem ti mater? Jebote, ne mogu da uzem pušku svoju nazad.
neki bot.
Ovo je izgoreo ovdje.
Jebe me, brate, mikrofon, moram drivere da instaliram.
Pa daj.
Ovo još neko s leđa dolazi.
Ja. Vi ne čujete da vam ja pingujem tamo i to?
Čujem, a.
Ima neko, neka man se uzme, neka man se digni me.
Pokriva me gardinočki.
Si ga digao?
Jeste.
Pazi leđa, Kesiću, neko je...
Ovo je digao svog što sam bio ubio.
Gde je ovaj drugi što sam ga ja preklao napolje, evo.
Neko je pao.
Odakle žica ova je retardirana?
Dolazim odakle gdje sam pingovo.
Dva čovjeka još tamo, da tom prati.
Ma daj. Kura, sine.
Pogođen. Mrtav je.
Ajmo.
Nisam čuo,
Unutra.
U kući gore, eno ga.
Dole neke ove. Ma daj! Ovaj, evo te... Ja ne mogu da velim.
To će me napadne dok...
Ima ball lens, pazi. Znao ideja ovaj, ima VH jaj, to da znaš.
Tradeovali smo se, ej. Diži me, Kesić.
Sisa mala. To je to. Jebote, znao je gdje ovaj, a čovjek se nije mako iz šiblja. To je to. Gleda da Kestić ima iste probleme kao što ima možda sad. I ovamo je jedan, eto.
Uf jebote kako ti je mikrofon sjeban, šta je ovo? Ha! 5 komada je.
Sad ne im odako je ovaj lepa šume ovako prosto.
Dobro sam ih izdominirao.
A svakako. I'm bot, jebem ti majku. Predala slovenska govna ne mogu da igraju bez da čituju.
Aj Kesiću, redi.
Može instalirati CD-eve i to.
Sad čekaj, samo driver da instaliram.
Za šta?
Za kameru.
Za kameru? A, Kesiću, si vidio malo predominaciju, a? A na 9. stage-u mi je ovaj Sparks pištolja, a ja sam trenutno na 8. Aha. Što i završim event, konačno.
Završi pozivom. Može završiš. Ja ima tu. Ma ja sam dao kako je telefon. Gdje on ovaj?
No sve dobro, a?
Okej sam.
Jest.
Ma da, nisam driver instalirao i onda ga nije prepoznavalo jedino. Ko je pravio partiju, nek šalje invite.
Evo, posao sad. Kesiću, si vidio malo predominaciju, a?
Viđaš.
Spaks najjači pištolj, znači može, kaže ko šta hoće. Mislim, jači je uppercut fizički, ali mi leži više Paks.
Evo sad učitava temperaturu. Ko je prvi part šalje invite? Gdje Nenad?
Tu sam. A nisam na svijatu, ja.
Joj, krstavi. Ili je noć ili je magla. Ili su bijeli sokolovi. A noć! Znaš si čude. Ti mater.
Sad dobro čujem.
Ja, da.
Ja, vala. ko mi uze trag ispred nosa?
Čiš.
Ko god je na sred mape nek se vrće. Ko puca ovo je?
Ja.
Nemojte pucati vi.
Možda sam u pševu. Krećemo ono na poteke.
Super League.
Da, ja sam blizu.
Ohoho.
Čuo sam. Ne mogu da vidim ništa od ovoga. Gdje smo ovo na američki server, kaj se čili?
Ma kak?
Ne, meni je ping 40, nema šanse.
Što mi ping 70? Što? Evo.
50 meni.
Evo sam se vratio ponovno na 50. Ha?
Saut ljudi na Alisino fan.
Na čekaj, ono. Na koga?
Na Pepe.
Na Pepe.
Hvala, kažem.
Pa čo bio tamo ušao, no?
Ispred mene ljudi.
Ravnica. Imaš imulatore sa desna.
Jel ih vidiš
Šta
ili
vidi
samo
to
čuješ?
kero ili šta?
Ne.
Nisu mi, oni su. To je nama izdignuto.
Odoš oni je.
Pa si ih vidio da su tišli je...
Vidim, i dalje. Ispred mene.
Pa je neki ping jo.
I to...
Pinguji. Imamo ljude iza nas, Kesiću.
Su ljudi.
Kesiću,
E,
tu pazi.
šta je tu?
Odakle mi je prošao metrik po ovoj glavi. Ima ih i ovdje.
Nekog ovdje ima kod mene, ali ne znam.
Tu ima čovječe, pa pinuo sam da ima.
Ima tu, imamo...
Čuti. Evo trči trojica kao...
Sad smo u sandviču, jebem ti život.
Evo ih. Ovo je.
Jedan je otišao tamo.
Još jedan tim. Ne, to je zadnji od te.
Ma još jedan tim, trojica kod mene.
Gdje?
Evo ovdje.
Jebem ti, sad smo u sandviču.
A jebem ti mater!
Ma da! Si vidio ti ovo? Mu krenuo te ono uraditi, pitaj ga.
Bravo.
Pa pitaj Mladene mu radi sa zvuk.
Vidio si ga.
No, yes. Au.
Čime bre ovo?
Naperkato. Evo, brate, kao ovako mrak usrani, ne vidi se ništa, blješte oči, brate, pun gas, naprežem se da vidim nešto. Mrak, toliko loše odraze, to pakla je. Četiri čovjeka se ubio iz 3 tima.
Više ovih free loadout slotova sam se nadobijao, šta je ovo?
Ja ne znam kako su iznali 10, ali dobro.
Mora samo dede vetove za 5 minuta, nisi ništa cijel dan i ja.
Ej, ja ću se stavim red i idem samo u WC. Ali tu sam dok on jede stiže.
Si našao nešto što ti se sviđa? Pa, to zavisi od tvoje konekcije, ti priključujem direktno na ovaj Wi-Fi. Ne pa zbog toga. On ima i malo više sigurno. Pa da. Ali vidiš oduševljen. Bićeš oduševljen. Da, ko mene orma blizu kompjuter priključu. Ništa onda, čujemo se i vidimo. Ajde, čao, čao.
Utrham.
Evo me tu sam.
A dobro, desi do sad, čoveče, evo te, ja te
A jedem
nahvalio.
jebote ti.
Ja te nahvalio kako jedeš najbrže na svetu, sad ti kurac jebi ga ti.
Ajde kurac.
3 dana jedem. Ja, nerealno je. Nerealno. Nije u redu.
Gardi dženana.
Tu je. Znaš da on multitaskuje, jebi ga.
Je polazimo, a?
Pa tako kažu. Ne lažu.
Jebote se ova devojka unakazila.
Koja to?
Pa što je stavio boys.
Pa nije.
Ajde, Gardi.
Ja kampujem češću.
Gdje ćemo?
Di si pošao, Gardi?
A gdje ćemo, Bogo mi? To vi dižete nešto?
Ne.
Ej, neko, ma ti si jebote. Kesiću, šta zajebavaš?
Ovo je brojšot ili tako nešto.
Ajmo, što ste stavili? Ajmo.
Evo.
Sam rekao. A?
Pa to je sjajno.
This app is preventing you from restart.
Kako?
Nešto mi da se restartuje. I on restart anyway, još.
Restart anyway.
Koje ti godište to je, bre?
Zato što ti... 96, zato što ti upaljen ovaj... Mozilla mi te gledaš ti upaljen.
A ti si 91. jel?
Ne, 93. Nego sam ja propao mnogom.
Za svoje godine.
A posljednjih godina ne čuvam se uopće.
I što se tamo gruba?
Što se tamo tambura, agare?
Ja sam sa mojih 25-26 godina izgledao ko da imam 18 godina. Posljednje 2
Se
godine
drogiraš, druže?
Posljednjih godina me boli kuda za sve i tako da...
Samo za Hante ne boli
Ja
kurac.
sam sa mojih 52, izgledam ko da imam 32, tako da...
Malo teže boli se, ali... Ako ti voliš tako da misliš... No ti ne kvalim. Što se tiče žene, odmah te odjebem, hoćeš, nećeš. Vidimo se.
Hoće jebe, neće jebe.
Da, više se ne dodvoljavam ni jedno.
Gardi, vidiš i što? To je zombi, Gardi.
Da, to baš gledam. Da pogledam na kulu da nema nekoga. Kojim slučajem nema. Ko diže kokoši?
Ja. Evo ti niko nije...
Opa, pade neko.
Pade. Evo ga jedan tu dole.
Gdje?
Na pingu iza kamena negdje. Eno ga tamo.
Eno ti tamo.
Mrtav.
Si ga skinuo?
Gore je na zidu jedan, ovdje na prozoru.
Od gore te čovjek puca.
U koje anemicu?
Aj provjeri pička ti materina, aj.
Ljubio sam metre po ovim glave.
Tvoje, Gardi. Eno ti ga vamo, čovjek. Vidiš ga, jebo ga ti.
Vidim ga, ja.
Gardi ko da je slijep jebote. Njemu treba nacrtat čovjek.
Pod kamenom.
Za kamen, evo.
Tu.
Sad ću mu ja jeba majku.
Jedan je ovdje gore.
Ovdje je jedan leš.
Tamo, ispred. 270 tačno iza zida. Tu je bio izvirio sad.
Ima i levo, unutra nekog ima je.
Ovo je puse meni.
Eno ga na zidu gore je. A jebem ti mater! Ovo je Bertije sa tom sprdnjom od puške kad me pogode. Znači nervni slom dobijem, evo.
Ovo me pogađa venga usta. Ode.
Pazi. Pomoć.
Nisam pojel. Bila jedno.
Evo ga tu iza zida.
Brate, dolje čovjek.
Tu ti je neđe uštekan. Eto, tu neđe, Nenade.
Pokrivaj me.
Pokrivaj ga gardinački.
Ja više nemam za lečenje. Jer je gore na ovome.
Na toweru.
Ma da!
O jebote, kako gađaš.
Lik. Mnogo učiti.
Pogodio ga, ali ga ne ubi! Ajde, dođi.
Ne mogu ništa sam uradi, brate. Nema mi nekromansa. Svi ste na otvoreno pali ljudi.
Ja sam po žbunji.
Jesi, ali... Aj, probat ću da vidiš.
Ti vidiš da u mene jako headshot.
Gdje je ovaj pa?
Pa, unutra sam u onoj kućici, evo.
Unutra moj kurac. Nema više kilova, brate, a izađem li...
Ne, ja. Ma daj, ovo je nemoguće. Nemoguće. Svi koji ste...
Kilaj me. Dobro.
Ne znam, ali još uvijek ima gore nekog, evo. jebem ti mater. Tu je.
Gardi, ovo moramo iskamperisati u full.
A ja, kad bi samo jedan heal bar imao da dopunim ovih 25 u pičku metri.
Nemam ni ja što je najgore.
Pa tebi sam zadnji dao, ostao sam kratak.
Ja imam 50, meni još god.
Ćemo li uje supresovati ili...
Samo nađem da se zakinuli. Evo ga.
Pazi, tu se jedan... bucarao.
Tu se motaju kod mene.
Bio je zombija.
Bravo.
Pazi dole, desno kod tebe dole, ne.
Ma nije dole, nego i gore na... Prema levom, boli se, prema levom.
A gledao si ovde, znači s desne strane na stepenice je dole.
Meni je to bilo sa leve strane. Kada digne ono do 100 grama.
Idi Kesiću, kurac. Ti jebe mater. Ima još jedan dole tu, ej.
Čekaj.
Ovde.
Išao sam.
Jesi ga jebao?
Ugo, šta je ljudi?
Skeniraj.
Ma dosta.
Si skenirao?
Jesi.
Pa, Kesiću kaže skeniraj.
Skenirao je.
Pa ništa mi ne govori, jebi ga.
Uf.
Ujevati.
Nemaš, brate, nema hilova, čovjek, nemaš ništa.
A znaš, da si mi rekao da je ovaj pored mene, ne bi se otkrio sad.
Brate, pa slušaj, imaš i slušalice kakve jebote.
Pa imam, ali čovjek ćuti, znači, ja ti znači kažem
skeniraj. A čuti,
skeniraj.
tako se igra, pa jebi ga. Ima, Pun kurac ljudi, šta ja da radim?
Što najgore, ovo je bio duos što sam ubio.
Šta si ti sad, nisi u lobiju?
Jesam li?
A nisi.
Ko ja ili Kesić?
Ti.
Nisam, jesam. Ništa mora smanjimo budžet. Novac je novac, ne bi oko. Ćemo igramo sa Damijem. Bol.
Startovalo se sve i ponovo isto.
Ovo je opet update još.
Ne znam, sad imam mikrofon dole, zvuči. I kad to god, znaš, prestane zvuk, ono treba ima, nema, znaš.
Ajde, sve ću uzmano. I koga?
Na šta pucaš? To je jako opasno. To je jako opasno.
Voli se ljudi tu, dve lokacije može.
To je sjajno.
Nemojte pucat po mapi, nikada osim kad nema ljudi. Ajmo Lambert pa ću izaći.
Ma daj. Idemo odmah na Kingston. King Snake.
Ripping Stone, ajde.
Na Kingston.
Čuješ pucanje tamo?
Pucanje neđe sa Lambera malo niže ako nije. Rane ga.
Jebem ti mater.
Levo ljudi od nas, sa Lambera.
Na Lumberu. Evo tu nešto lomataju ispred mene. Dolaze prema tebi, pazi Kesiću, puštam ih da prođu.
Ali ovo nemo...
A kaže da kompjuter se reseta daje Spectre.
Jesi resetao kompjuter?
Nisam.
Kesiću, pazi leđa.
Install Windows, click OK to restart the computer, then restart the installation.
Restart the computer.
Idu ka meni, Gari.
Da.
Tu su već ispred mene. Bravo, jesi ubio da jesi?
Jednog jesam, pazi drugi će puca na mene s mosta. Tu je na mostu. Dvojica su na mene krenuli, jebem ti. Jednog sam dokačio.
Pomoći.
Idem.
Dić će svog.
Neki ga dignu. Mi ćemo da dignemo naš.
Taj u beloj košulji je bio pao njegov.
Da zapustam da
on je načet.
Možeš da se prepakuješ.
Leš je tačno na most.
Čekaj sad! Molim te, čekaj. Ujebem mu, jebem mu oca. Odmah kučka znala gde sam. Mamu i Kovinsku jebem da ju jebem. Napucavamo i drugi tim iza leđa.
Bela košulja ima manje helta, ako možete njega pukati.
Otišao je daleko bela košulja. Čekaj samo sekund, ima li lantana, će ima kuratnik. Ima li ko vatru? Nema.
Što je, neko mrtav?
Jesno.
Da ga instalira. Je ti izbacio bio pravi ekran?
Ne. Ajde ovo stoji sam da rad.
Pogodio sam belu košulju, tu je iza opet.
Bele košulje, gori je zatvija.
Ide Popadija ide prema tebi.
Evo ja sam metan. Ma daj.
Da. Halo?
Daj, nemoj me jebati!
Čekaj. A nemoj me jebat, bre, jebem ti teksture mrtve u pičku, nemoj, brate, kad ima spamerski pištro, ne možeš ništa. Aj, evo te, bori se, ne možeš, brate, izaći na sred toga, brate, izaša si. Drži se kaver uvijek kad se pucaš ljudima, brate. Svi do odmah idem, brate, napadam ovu, napadam, idem iza drva, brate. Beži, drži kaver neki, nešto da imam zakon da... Ne možeš se pucat na sred ničega, brate. A štete. Ja, brate, kad treba ključni moment da pogodim čovjeka ispromašujem, tako da je to nemoguće. Ilija? Kako se zove program onaj što si stavljao performance mod, kako se zove ono stranje?
To ti se kod mene zove, na primjer...
Onaj bre, pa skinuo si bio kad smo BIOS radili, znaš onaj.
Znam, ne mogu se sjetit. Moment. Kod mene se zove A-tuning. A-tuning.
Ja mislim da je to. Kako? A-tuning?
A-tuning, da.
Ko je sad opći ispod?
Ne, brate, vidiš da čitaš. Otišao je, brate, nešto sređuje, ne znam hoće li samo vrćati. Eto me zanima tamo da dođe Nenad. Tamo da resetim kom.
Ti uspio da instaliraš?
Skači. Skačiš, pa ajde.
Ovaj znao gdje sam, ja nisam se ni pomenuo ni za kuću. Izvini, bravo.
Alles in bester Ordnung!
Objective Bertha
is now destroyed. Good work. Attention, we have constructed an objective at Bertha. Hier ist etwas Munition. Soldiers, we have armed objective in
Kaj ne naterati. Tej tam sam malo prebio četvorke, sad opet trojke.
Ja sam na petice povoj.
Ah, bio sam i ja, pa sam pukao.
We have destroyed objective Indian.
O, časna sestra, malo da jaje pogađa negine, keziće pogađa negine. Jebote.
Attention, objective Caesar is now armed.
Isuse, kad ti je?
Jesus.
Scheiße! Helft mir! Schnell! Objective Caesar has been destroyed.
Jesus, krstivo je.
Sanitäter!
Ich repariere das für dich.
Das ist gefährlich. The alert, Objective Bertha is destroyed.
Znači, ovdje se udarimo s nekim.
Neće. Zamisli ili ja nisi ima dovoljno memorije na SSD-u za sistem. Više zahteva 11 memorije nego 10.
Kako misliš?
Da. Pa više memorije, da, 11. A šta nema veze, radi ova odmah. A nema tu šta sad da bude.
Počeli su isto ko da prave sisteme i onda da community to fiksuje sa nekim, kako se onaj...
Community patchujem.
Ima posebno core Microsoft, jako baš ime.
Excellent work. Objective Bertha has been destroyed.
Mi u mozgu ne mislim da izgovor. Ja mislim početi da imamo opinije.
Jel' ovo moguće?
Ovo je uzet.
Pa da, bili su tu malo pre.
Otišli su oni na kompani.
Evo će da nas pobiju.
Ćemo na njih.
Hier, mehr Munition.
Objective Anton has been destroyed. Be aware that they have destroyed Objective Dora.
Čekaj, polako, mora doći ovaj.
Kile na kruzu.
Mehr Munition.
Ne možemo ići dvojica, jedan strana.
Scheiße! Helft mir! Schnell!
Good work. You've destroyed Objective Caesar.
Sanitäter!
Objective Bertha has been armed. Soldiers, they have armed Objective Anton.
Se Nenad otišao sad jedno. Šta krećemo partije od već mi posto.
Very good. Objective Bertha destroyed.
Šta je čukela jebe.
Što ti ne radiš za nas?
Seid vorsichtig! Seht ihr das?
Alles klar, Anfang ist unterwegs.
Ich bin getroffen! Helft mir! Scheiße! Helft mir! Schnell!
Ne. Jedan no.
An objective is now constructed and tasered. Good work.
Polako, gdje ćeš bre? Tamo sam ideš na ništa bre. Vidiš gdje je Nenad, na početnom fazu.
Jedan mrtav. Bio sam bomb doktora ovdje.
Hier ist etwas Munition.
Evo ga jedan trči tu.
Si ga hitao bre?
Nisam.
Tu sve. Tu dole, pazi, pazi. Lako je tu dole.
Da daj bre, čukele! Čukele na nas.
Tu su ti negdje ljudi.
Sanitäter! Ich bin getroffen! Helft mir!
We have destroyed objective Emil.
Polako, polako sam.
Ne znam da li je bomb doktora digao ovaj.
Vjerojatno jest. Puno je tu ljudi, eno i tamo. A gdje si ti Nenad?
Otišao sam da vratim i tu.
Ajde, ako ćemo praviti pauzu, pravit ćemo pauzu, ne možemo igrati. Evo ti prilazi neko vamo iza zida, za beton.
Our objective has been assembled at Emil. Good work. We have upgraded the objective at Bertha. Well done.
Ne, šta sam ja promašio? Ubiću se.
Nemoj se biti. Godine su pred tobom.
Iskustva, život. Samo čovjek jedan.
Čist headshot jebano.
Nije mi prvi za njih.
A jednog sam već ubio, nego ovo kako mi je lepo se namestio.
Seht ihr das? Seht Wasser!
The enemy has now out objective Bertha.
Genau da! Seid verdammt vorsichtig! Auf sie mit Gebrüllsoldat! Hier, mehr Munition!
I to? Bravo, to je to, tako.
Do not leave the combat area, soldier.
Samo već. I to? Pazi bombu, pazi da ti baciš.
Well
Levo je.
Mehr Munition!
Trejdo sam s jednim, diži me vamo. Previše smo daleko, ljudi. Previše daleko. Ne znam gdje su još ljudi. Di će ga? Ne valja ovo, brate, ovako.
Vidjet ćemo gdje je, evo ga, evo ispred mene, Kesić, ne mora paničiti.
Sad će ga dunjotko, vidi su prekršan. Eno, digo ga. Digo ga. Digo ga je. Diži me, diži me. To.
Kako ovaj nije dobio headshot, evo te.
Hier ist etwas Munition.
A jeti govna! Pištolj, kurac od kurca jebote!
Seid vorsichtig, seht ihr das? Seht ihr das? Seht das da?
Pazi levo!
Pazi levo!
Mislim da si gubio. Trejdo si. Leđa.
Nemaš, ne vredi. Ovo je, brate, jako loše. Nismo organizirani.
Druga ekipa nam to išla.
Previše loše ne pademo, to je... Šo je Romero, brate, hoće ne, saki shotgun u ovu igru, brate, to je, idi mi dođi.
Hier, mehr Munition!
Evo tu, boss. Gdje si?
Ovdje.
Završim pratio i moram uzem pauzu jedno pola sata.
Bravo, genije. Da li si mi zatvorio vrata ispred?
Te boss ubio ili...
Da, Kesić mi zatvorio vrata ispred. Znači, ne verujem.
Aj, veš, aj nemoj na vrata samo stojat, brate. Kad mi stane neko na vrata ko debil, onda baš poludi.
A nisam stao na vrata, nego stao da pobegnem kad sam ga pukao. Ili ovo neku peć tu isto. Upali me ovo govne.
Svako nema što je su.
Da kažeš?
Ovo je naš peć.
Gde? Lightfoot.
I'm bugging! Help me!
We have upgraded the objective at Baker. Well done.
Box in fit.
Yes.
Rudnik uglja.
Blood! Everywhere! Fucking help me!
The enemy has armed objective Able. We have armed objective Dog.
Ja lako mogu doći od Dande i od Dande.
Objective Charlie is armed. The enemy has destroyed objective Able. Good show. Objective Dog destroyed.
Peć je tu.
Alert, objective Baker has now been armed.
Give me a break, would ya? Come on, get going! Enemy medic, Sergeant!
Objective Charlie.
Like,
Ima koga?
Čist, ajmo.
A?
Nema.
Čekaj,
Ko
idem na
me
peć.
ovo sabotilo, bre? Šta je ovo?
Imam 16 ovih dukata, daj da unovčim.
Spani.
Gdje vidiš onu?
Evo je ovdje kod mene.
Gdje nam se ne kesiš.
Our forces upgraded the objective at Charlie. The objective at Dog has been upgraded.
Don't like the look of that!
Objective Able has been armed.
Koji si na listi, ne nadi sad?
Eto, gdje smo?
Jesi resetovao? Jesi resetovao statistike?
Right there, look out!
Jesi li resetovao statistike? Čuo si me. Što nisi?
A zato što gubim ove lovce sa evente i to.
A, stvarno. Baš čudno.
Da nije toga na setu.
Svi lovci sa eventa, svi do sad urađeni se vide.
I pošto imaš dva akaunta, možeš da je setneš jedan.
Ti si za 20 minuta tu. To Nenad rekao da je tu za 20 minuta. Agardinot.
Ne znam, nisam čuo.
Good work, objective Baker has been destroyed. Good work, objective Able has been destroyed.
Guys on trouble, there!
Attention, objective Baker has been armed.
Jesam ja to čuo, Bog da mi.
Well done, objective Baker has been defused.
Watch out there!
We have armed objective Charlie. They have armed objective Baker. The enemy has destroyed objective Baker.
Jel čekamo nešto sad ili...
Čekamo na nas.
Good work. Objective constructed at Charlie.
Ne znam, vidiš da je rekao da nije tu valjda, ne znam.
Nenade, jesi tu? Dobar dan!
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan!
Look alive! Danger over there!
Nema beke ceo dan, ajde, gdje?
Ma, bili smo, ja i on uzeli sladoled, otišli do kuma.
Medic!
Bili ste ti on do kuma?
Do mog kuma, da.
Soldiers, they have armed objective Able.
Je li ono stao još ili?
Ne, otišao dom. Bar mi se čini da je otišao dom.
We have destroyed objective Dog. That's objective Able done for. We have armed objective Baker. Stay alert.
Help me, someone! You gotta help me! Blood! Everywhere! Fucking help me! I'm reloading!
We have destroyed objective Baker. Enemy has armed objective Charlie.
Heads up! Danger over there!
Help me! We've constructed an objective at Baker.
I'm with you, just reloading! I'm bugging! Help me!
Objective Charlie has been destroyed.
issue over there.
Objective upgraded at Baker. Nicely done. Attention, objective Charlie is now armed. Objective dog has been destroyed. Keep at them. We're winning this. Excellent work. Objective Charlie has been destroyed.
Let's move. There, looks like trouble.
Objective Able is now armed.
Danger, there.
Oh, brat.
I'm fucking dying here, medic.
Excellent work. Objective Able has been destroyed. Nice work. Objective constructed as Able.
That's an enemy armored car.
Good work. Objective upgraded at Charlie.
Got ammo for you. Smoke going out.
Be aware that objective dog has been armed.
Here for you.
The objective at Able has been upgraded.
Scrub.
Good work. Objective dog has been destroyed. Soldiers, an objective has been built at Dog. Well done. Soldiers, the objective is now upgraded at Charlie. We have upgraded our objective at Able.
Oh, smart.
Soldiers, our forces upgraded objective Dog.
Heads up, smoke grenade out.
The enemy armed objective Dog.
Ko oreže,
To je zvuk jebanja toga.
to ti ga značite radiš.
Ne, ja sam.
A evo ti, što je sve?
I'm wounded.
Za nije normalno.
Objective Dog has been destroyed by
laješ, prolazi. Volelo da je normalna, ali...
Charlie is destroyed.
Nije to baš lako. Dobro je, Šapo, ajde.
Najgore što tu u Keringu moram ja da slušam, moj ljubav kolega.
Znači, prepeličar je bolan.
Damn, over there, one of theirs.
Prepeličar. Ti meni za Šapu da govoriš Kerina, znaš.
Pa još što ne
Kerina, to je gospođica. Kakve nema. Jeste Šapenzi bitan, tebi govorim. Šapke batke. Više batke.
I'll patch ya. Have this smoke grenade. Gotcha, chum.
We have armed objective Charlie. Stay alert. They have destroyed objective Able.
Ja razmišljam da ja odem na proštav s njom i da uzem klopu. Čekam, Saraj. A? Ali ja ću tu tek za pola sata biti. Ako hoćeš onda da nastavim.
A dobro, ovo će biti on. Ja sam tu svakako celu noć sad. Ko će vidjeti šta će biti.
Pa dobro, igrat ćemo. Smata me glad. Adam, čekam, idem da poručim klopu i da...
Ajde.
Ajde, tu sam za pola sata. Neću gasiti igru, ostavit ću.
Ti jebem, retardiran.
Blood everywhere! Fucking help me!
Soldiers, we've constructed an objective at Charlie.
Look alive! Danger over there! Machine gun! Have a smoke grenade! Chucking smoke!
Well done, our objective is constructed at Dog. Enemies have armed objective Dog.
here for you.
Someone.
I'll sort it out.
Be alert. Objective Baker has been armed.
Easy, I'll help you.
My dear.
They done me! I need a medic!
Attention, the enemy has armed Objective Able. Objective Able is no more.
Enemy shots right over there.
We have armed Objective Dog.
There, looks like trouble.
My cutie.
Throwing smoke grenade out! Smoke grenade from us! Lobbing smoke grenade!
Be alert, Objective Charlie has been armed.
Bloody problem over there!
Objective Charlie has been destroyed.
fix ya.
Well, that is advanced.
Smoke grenade thrown! Yeah, I'll fix you. Take it. First aid.
Whatever. Hmm.
MMO means nothing anymore. I want to watch this. I'm kind of interested to see what this is. Oh, wow.
Times are
He's
changing.
got a
We
new
might
intro.
be at risk of losing something, and I think that might be why Ashes of Creation is something people really want. So,
Yeah.
does this look like an MMO to you? How about this? Or this? Hell, this is a bit out there, but what about this game?
Oh,
Well,
I've heard of
apparently
that
they're
one.
all considered MMOs. And which of these do you play? In fact,
I don't think anybody considers Path of Exile an MMO. I don't think anybody considers Diablo Immortal an MMO either.
what parts of these games actually matter to you? Because, spoiler, the whole thing's changed. Soulframe is a new MMORPG, recently announced with an evocative cinematic that promises a beautiful fantasy world,
Bro, I'm gonna watch that after this. Remember me to watch that after this. We're gonna look at it.
and one that's definitely very different to the existing MMO lineup. People are pumped as hell about it, despite it being super early. And rightfully so. It comes from a renowned developer who's been running a game, mostly successfully, for over 9 years.
Imagine that.
The clue is in the title. It's the people behind Warframe, Digital Extremes. The weird part is that it seems like a departure. Warframe itself is hardly an MMO. It's mostly a hallway murder sim with an insanely grindy loot loop.
Okay.
Or is it? For the first 4 years, it was solely a lobby-based instanced game, but then they made big instances, landscapes,
badass.
that support up to 50 players,
That's
and
really
generally they had more and more open-world content added, but for the most part, it's a small group content game at its core with some player hubs. Maybe it's earned the MMO subtag, but it's still a far cry from what you would expect of that label given the past. And that sparked a question that we should explore. What defines an MMO? We could argue about the...
I think it's just as simple as this. MMORPG, most games are massively multiplayer and online. Like whether it's Tower of Fantasy, Diablo Immortal, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy, or Path of Exile, they are massively multiplayer and they are online. I think that people like the idea of playing a game that is a shared online space alongside other people. That doesn't mean that they want to have to group to do every quest. That doesn't mean that they might ever even want to group with anyone ever. But they like being in that online virtual space. And I think that's what's so good. I think that's a good thing. It's a great thing.
literal definition of massively multiplayer online or role-playing game, but that boils down to semantics, and let's be real, we all know the term RPG has been just about ruined over the last 20 years.
That's true, yes.
So what we really have to deal with is reality.
Okay.
r/MMORPG, as an example, has this list of MMO subreddits. These are MMOs. I think we can all agree in that. But it also has a list of MMO likes, which they explain as having MMO-like qualities, whatever that means, and they even point out that...
Yeah, I would honestly, I would categorize Diablo Immortal as an MMO-like game. What do you guys think? Like, I wouldn't even say that, like, Tower of Fantasy is a full MMO game. I would say even Tower of Fantasy is like, yeah, sure.
And the sub voted, 60% thought that Destiny was an MMO. There are a lot of players playing, even though you can only play with a few at a time. You can see plenty in the world, and it's got numbers in it that I guess you grind to go up. MMORPG it is. Even Anthem would debatably fall under the same category, but almost nobody called it one. And if Destiny is an MMORPG, then surely so too is Warframe. But that puts these games at odds with classic MMOs. Dark Age of Camelot, EverQuest, WoW, Guild Wars 2, EVE, RuneScape, ESO. The classic MMO being largely indicated by being set in a shared world and players going about their business alone or in groups. But either way, they were always interacting with each other. You could have a...
I think that a lot of people played WoW like a single-player game 95% of the time. I know that's what my mom did. Like, she was in a guild, and nobody would ever talk to her in the guild because they knew that she didn't want to talk to them. She was just in the guild for the perks, and this was a purely transactional relationship, and there was nothing more to it than that. And so they left her alone, she left them alone, everything was fine. GM took a break, guild leader transferred over to her. She kicked everybody out of the guild and took the guild back. It is what it is.
Conversation. You could go on quests together, trade items, duel, the works.
Yeah.
The massively multiplayer part didn't come from the player count, but a vibe that you could do this with everyone.
Yeah.
Basically like showing up to a town and seeing a whole bunch of people with different roles in life. Some
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that back then, MMO is kind of a dated term. Because, like, MMO in itself meant something and it was valuable back in, like, 2005. But now, because everybody has the technology, MMO is just okay. Every game is an MMO, to an extent.
Recognized from before, some you might be inspired by because whatever title or items they have, and then a healthy dose of strangers who may just be friends that you haven't met yet. They were focused often on being sandboxes with just enough toys for players to be able to build their very own virtual lives. But as focusing on gameplay systems got more important for developers, for a vast number of reasons, content started to become king over building a good sandbox where really the players via their interactions build the content themselves. So the prospect of a theme park MMO came to power, and we woke up one day and realized that the MMO market looked substantially different. Could you say that the Destiny-like experiences are just theme park MMOs with the inefficient bits polished out?
Yes.
Who knows?
In a lot of
As
ways.
action, combat, and tight progression loops became more and more prevalent, the staples of sandboxes and player interaction kind of sprout.
I think people like the sandbox, though. Like, I feel like even sandbox MMOs are designed to encourage people to do certain things. Like, I think that sandbox is like whenever you can't tell what they're encouraging you to do as strongly.
Put it up elsewhere in new forms. Because now if you want a social sandbox, you go and play a less massive survival game like DayZ, Rust, or H1Z1, or something old like OSRS. As Andrew Ross wrote for Engadget in an article calling the genre survival MMOs, quote, "I love MMOs."
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a good way to look at Rust. Like, I hope that the Blizzard survival game, remember whenever the announcement for that came out and we haven't heard anything else since then? I remember whenever that happened, that's what I hope that it's like. I hope that it's almost like, you know, Rust, Valheim, something like that.
But recent theme parks and building games have left me wanting something a bit more dangerous, but still not a pointless murder fest.
Yeah.
To him, the MMO had lost its teeth, that sense of danger and realness that World PvP brought, and people definitely love that short-term social cooperation or antagonism that survival games bring. You can have some of the most fantastic and unique stories as a result of their sandboxes. Sure, their type of quest doesn't have the same D&D-like flavor of some of the MMOs, but it is quite a similar experience in many ways. MMO became a...
I will say that, like, I have more and, like, stronger memories of doing different activities in Rust that effectively were a quest. I have stronger memories of that than I do from leveling in the recent WoW expansions. Much more so. And I remember it much more fondly.
Umbrella term for whatever had servers and players, but it stopped communicating really
WoW,
anything
that's
else.
not the goal.
Even Final Fantasy XIV had to fight off some of the MMO assumptions when it came to story. When Shadowbringers was being called the best JRPG story in a decade, it notably had the caveat, yes, we know it's an MMO, but seriously, we mean it. To get to the actual game that sparked this video, though, will Soulframe itself actually be an MMO?
We'll see.
According to the developers, it's a free-to-play open-world adventure that is heavily influenced by themes of nature, restoration, and exploration.
I think it's really important if you have an open world game that anybody can interact with anybody out in the world. I think that is just so important. Like, you might need channels, like, you know, like how a lot of games have channels, but I hope there's no servers. Like, I don't want any servers on the game. I want it to be, you log on to the game, you can play with anybody.
It's focused on melee compared to Warframe's shooting, and it's going to be slow and heavy instead of crazy high speed. It's also going to share Warframe's focus on co-op PvE, and in fact, here's a quote, "It still has a lot of similarities to the genre they have experience in, but a greater focus on exploration." So it certainly seems like
I don't know if any game's really gonna nail exploration. I feel like exploration is like a, you're chasing a dragon that doesn't exist. Oh yeah, we want people to explore things. It's like, meanwhile, they're on the other monitor as YouTube, and it's like, you know, the 75 points of interest inside of X or Y video game, and this is the most hyper-optimized route to reach all 4 of them, or all 75 of them, in 3.7 hours.
It'll be more of an MMO than Warframe, but whether or not that exploration means spending hundreds of hours in a shared world like old school MMOs, or just doing some fun open world content between instanced gameplay sessions like Lost Ark, well, we'll have
I think, like, for example, like Lost Ark has no real exploration type content. Like, it's not really, like, maybe going to like a couple of the islands is kind of cool, but like other than that, that's just not what the game's really built around.
Wait and see. Honestly, the point of this was just a thought that arose. What the hell is an MMO today? We have a sense of tribalism and community that comes from being an MMO player, but that term is almost worthless in a genre that has become far more broad. Take the news of Tower of Fantasy and Throne and Liberty.
We need to watch
They're both called MMORPGs, but you absolutely have no idea how they're going to play until you watch the gameplay trailer, and even that doesn't always help.
No, it
Take Tower of Fantasy, it's basically a more involved Genshin Impact, but in a shared world with global world bosses and content, and of course, plenty of gacha. Throne and Liberty, given its length of development, does look more like an older MMO with some more modern sensibilities.
Yes, Throne and Liberty, it does look very cool. Like, all of these games, I'll play all of these games. Because I want to see, I think with almost every game, there are really cool things that exist inside the game that have value. They're unique and fun to do. I'm down to play these new games. It's like kind of like, I view it as like a tool belt. And the more things I know and the more games I've played, the more tools I have.
A massive amount of players doing stuff together, hard group PvE, open world PvP, exploration with others, and all of that. But of course, with modern visuals and action combat.
Yeah, we'll see.
Both games look great enough, and they're both clearly MMOs in the literal sense. But there was a heavy moment of doubt before actually checking them out to see if they would fit the bill. Basically, nowadays calling something an MMO is really not that useful whatsoever because the entire industry has attempted to move to that direction, and I think there's many reasons why. A lot of them are obvious to us. Of course, when someone says MMO, you'll probably...
I think one of the big reasons why it's good to have an open world for the developers is that having an open world creates an economy around looking cooler than somebody else and like having cool things to show off. So like you can get people to be more motivated to farm cosmetic items, and you can also get people to be more motivated to buy cosmetic items. Like, I think this is a big thing in PoE that they don't utilize enough. Like, I think it's really cool at the beginning of the league, and you see everybody there in, like, the Act 1, like, on the beach. And like, back in the day, you'd see, like, maybe a handful of other people in Oriath. Like, I thought that was badass, and I hope that in PoE 2, there's, like, open world areas. Not like, open world game. But like an open world city or something like that where like you can go and inspect other people and see what kind of gear they have and shit. I think that'd be really cool.
You think of something that asks for a hell of a lot of time and has a gearing or item level loop, which brings us to a very fun exploration. So here are 4 games that range from considered an MMO to marketing calls it an MMO but nobody else does to no one would dare call this an MMO but they could sort of get away with it. So first, Lost Ark. No one would challenge the categorization. MMO players play it, MMO websites and channels cover it.
I think that what people really define as an MMO is a game that has end-game PvE content or some sort of large group content that it is required to do if you want.
Sound sa zadnjim updateom.
Za šta se sound?
Ovako, ko da prekida on peva recimo i prekine na petin.
Nemam ja problem. To što ja imam USB karticu, znaš, muzičku. Tako da nema šta da pregasi. Ne može da mi promeni drivere koji se automatski učitaju kad ubodem slušalice u kompjuter. Šta će da zajeba onda? To je jedino ako imaš real takove drivere, to je vrlo moguće.
To su juče.
Pa, nisi trebao. Ja znam, koliko ja znam i Kesić isto ima USB karticu, muzičku.
Da.
Ni on mi se nije žalio na zvuk.
On ima kompjuter 50 godina. Bitno da se on može pokrenuti na ligu i to je to.
To stari kompjuter, šta?
Pa da.
To ti je brat?
Da.
Pa, više. Koji to operativni sistem gura?
10?
Ne znam. Možda je hardware star, pa to je.
Ima ovaj AMD 950X i nekako istorijsko.
A to je staro, brat. Bogat se šta.
950X.
Staro.
2017 još, 7. generacija. 5 volova. AM4.
Kakav AM4? To je AM2 plus. AM2 tako.
Socket. Evo ga neko njih na sajtu.
Gdje je to AM4? To je onaj 950X, ne mogu se poznati.
AMD Athlon X4 950.
To sam imao. On u vreme kad izašao nije bio loš.
Pa ali... To je moj račun da sam se ne
want to reach the highest level possible
ali,
in that
to je bilo onda.
game. I think that is what really in people's mind is a differentiator between something being an MMORPG and what's not. So like for example in Lost Ark you have the Legion raids. So that's why it's an MMO, is because you need to do the Legion raids and you have to group up with people to do the Legion raids.
And you spend a large
I think that's what it is in the eyes of people.
Running around a shared world, doing stuff with other players. But the major focus and main point of the game is the grinding loop of instance content, 4 to 8 players, which is far from massively and brings it closer to something like Destiny in reality. And remember, only 60% of the votes in that poll thought Destiny was an MMO. But clearly something has changed because everyone is happy to call Lost Ark 1.
Yeah.
Then there's Diablo Immortal. It's actually not that far removed from Lost Ark, right? I mean, it borrows heavily.
No, it's actually not. There are bosses in Diablo Immortal that you need a group for. You could make the... If somebody wanted to make the argument that Diablo Immortal was an MMO, I wouldn't fight with them. I would be like, it's not as much of an MMO as like WoW or like Final Fantasy, but like, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, that's fine with me.
With it from things like the Heliquary, Platinum, and seeing other players do their business in the world around you. I don't know about you, but despite it seemingly qualifying as an MMO, it feels just a little bit off to call it one, right? It just doesn't have the vibe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because it's a Diablo game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
By most. It's
za
weird.
učitavanje
Blizzard call it
tekstura
an
preko
MMO.
SSD-a i
I
preko
basically have never
hard
heard
diska.
another person say Diablo Immortal
Koliko
is an
kasnije
MMO.
učitavanje
That's not
tekstura,
true for me, at least.
nenormalno.
Remember that guy,
Sa
Rex,
hard
the
diska,
guy who
normalno.
helps run Maxroll, and he quit Diablo Immortal, and he was talking about how his experience in the beta of Diablo Immortal was very akin to what an MMO was like, and that's why he enjoyed it so
SSD je
much.
skoro instant.
Max, yeah, so that's not entirely true in my circumstances. But I watched a lot of content about the game too.
Now, the obvious link from Immortal is Path of Exile. If Immortal qualifies as an MMO because Lost Ark qualifies as an MMO...
Well, no, I think that's not true. Because, for example, there is no challenge in Path of Exile that you can't do solo. Like Uber Elder, Uber Super Mega Ultimate Cirrus. They are all doable by a single player. With Diablo Immortal, like Gorgotha, I'm pretty sure that's what its name is. You need a group for that. And like for a lot of the other missions and like dungeons, you need a group for that. I think that's what the clear difference is. So I don't think the two games are the same at all.
And Path of Exile should 99% qualify too.
No.
You've got global chat, you see other players in the shared hubs, and you don't really interact that much with them, and you don't actually see them in the gameplay areas. You do content alone or in a small group, but you do exist in a shared community, and you get those social interactions in the hubs.
2 mjeseca nisam igrao, sećaš se?
You did, but like everybody's sequestered into the
Počeo sam da igram kad je počeo.
I think hideouts are good, but I wish that there were more reasons to go to the open areas. Like I think that would be cooler. Personally.
Enough difference, and it's one that doesn't really feel like it matters.
A što se? A to što može, a neće. Može mu se. Ja imam dostupan, na primjer, mogu svaki meč da kupim ako želim onaj Mosin, imaš onaj skin za Mosin kad si level 100. Ali ne igram s Mosinom, preskupo mi je da igram sa recimo Borisom, da igram svaki meč sa Mosin agentom, nema efekta. Šanse za pogibiju su jako velike, pa...
Komentari sa Borisom, dobar dan!
Jeli? Dobar dan.
Actually got a lot of words from the developers about
Reče
why they
mi
hate
da vas je neko sinoć eksploitovao. Da ste izblidovali nešto kao...
Ma pogodio ga je sa klid municijom, on bre, u petan ne zna ni šta ga pogađa bre.
Matori,
Nije ispričao nešto u stilu kao da je kao blidovo, pa kao otišao u cover, pa odjednom mu je health pao na nulu. Nije mi jasno to.
Even before the game launched. This 2,400-word forum post basically boils down to Path of Exile is not an MMORPG, it's an online action RPG. Saying they want to be distanced from the MMORPG term, implying, of course, to WoW clones at the time, and saying it would be a major technical risk to make the game support more players per area and require more players as a result of that.
I think that's probably why. I mean, I don't think that PoE should become an MMO. Like I don't think that I don't think Path of Exile should like add in bosses that you need 4 people to kill. I don't think that's what they should do ever. Like that's not what the game is. But I do think that it's not unreasonable to think that it would be really cool if we had like a main city that everybody could go to. Like that would be.
Šalji invitate.
A gdje je naš ključ? Otključamo gore.
Sve otključano.
There are also tidbits about instances allowing randomness that Chris Wilson, the lead at Grinding Gear Games, who wrote the post, actually reiterated almost 12 years later, just a few weeks ago, when he was talking to Josh Strife. Basically, being a traditional MMO limited them too much, so they decided not to be one. Although it's worth noting that Chris didn't object to Josh calling Path of Exile an MMO in that interview, so maybe they're happier with it now.
Well, I think that, I mean, if you listen to like what he said in the post, the main reason why he said he didn't like being called an MMO is because it's like conflating the game with World of Warcraft. And I think also the term has evolved over the years.
Maybe that's because the definition has changed. What's accepted
what I
in
said.
MMO has
Look at
changed.
that.
The takeaway here is it isn't an MMO, but it falls under the same blanket now that the genre is different. And maybe it's less about genre, and it's more about potential player base. Now our final example Monster Hunter is basically a tiny step away from this modern death. There's no shared world, it's session-based only, but it has every other bit of what a action MMO sort of gameplay thing would be.
What is that?
Instant session-based boss battles that are solo or multiplayer, allowing a long-tail progression with regular live updates and crafted gear loops that last for months. The only thing it's missing to fit with Destiny and Warframe is just a shared hub where you see other players, and I guess there, slap it on now, we call it an MMO. And the question I want to ask you today is, does that really matter?
Yeah.
When the MMO genre has largely became about the flavor of PvE or PvP content and a satisfying gearing loop
yeah, it does matter.
Does the massively part actually matter when you are playing the game? And that's the thing.
Yeah, it does. The reason why it matters is the same reason why people care about if Valorant or Counter-Strike is more popular than the other. People want to play the game that everybody else is playing, and I think that the hype of a game at the very beginning is also kind of what makes it fun. It's like back in the day whenever you were playing WoW and you logged on and everybody was like, oh shit, you know, like we have 9 million subs in WoW now, 10 million subs in WoW. Everybody's talking about it. You feel like you are in the place that you need to be. You are in the eye of the storm of what is happening now. And I think that people want to be in that. They want to be doing what everybody else is doing. They want to be accomplishing something that has a widespread value. It's like getting Challenger in League of Legends has much more value to people than getting whatever the fuck the equivalent of is in Heroes of the Storm. It's because everybody knows about League. People care about League. League is like an important, super popular game. Nobody gives a fuck about Heroes of the Storm. So the accomplishments
Nisam dobio nazad flešku.
Even look at World of Warcraft.
Ne moraš sad doneseš
In the modern days, World of Warcraft has become less of an MMO, more, as Chris would put it, of an online action role-playing.
Ma neću, pa ne moram
So
sad
much
igram.
of what you do in WoW,
Gdje ćeš sad da ga izguraš, šta?
ultimately for so many of its players involves
Će ti izgura iz ekipa.
Kad budeš se vrća s robote, stvari do mene.
So I
Ma,
think
nisi daleko na
has
usput.
become basically useless. And for you, presumably you're an MMO
Ako
player,
ti je pomoglo, drago mi.
I think that means it's worth thinking about what part of the MMO genre you actually like.
Jedino što mi je rešilo da moram
Describe
da
it in a different
kupim
way. So
SSD
when we say MMO,
ili
whatever the placement is, it actually
Što ne kupiš od Beke? Što ne kupiš od Beke? Beka ima 2 terabajta.
Viš da ima, kupio bi.
Ma ima, nego on neće ni sebi da da. On voli pare.
Je li
Ciganka stara.
koliko si ti do izlaska
Šta, koliko sam?
Koliko si do izlaska iz
Ti bi da ga izvedeš, ili?
Ti bi da ga odeš.
Ti bi da ga odiš.
I love games like Path of Exile. I like the shared world aspect of Diablo Immortal. Whenever people aren't stealing.
Oh my god!
I like Classic WoW. It was really fun. It was cool whenever I wasn't getting chased by fucking 5 different Classic WoW had a great open world. Also, Rust. I thought Rust was amazing too. I loved it so much. It was so much fun for me. So I don't think that there has to be one or the other. It's just, you know, there's different, you know, like some days you get into one thing, like you play one game, and then like you hit a plateau in that and you go play something else.
Games that we want to play. And that's why I mentioned Ashes of Creation at the very top of this video. I think it's the sort of MMO that right now, the MMO label isn't particularly covering for that many people.
No, it's not.
I think that's why they are so goddamn excited. So yeah, what do you think? Is the MMO genre label still useful to you? Or has it become something different? has what the modern market makes became something
I feel like if somebody calls something an MMORPG, it's probably going to have a lot of the features that I like, even though it's definitely been watered down by a massively substantial level.
Would you rather create your own fun in a big shared world with other players, or would you rather a more Destiny-like experience or a WoW Mythic Plus-like experience where, yeah, sure, there's a big world or whatever, but kind of here for my gameplay and my gearing loop, don't
you need to have instance content. You can either have challenging content or instance content. Or sorry, you can either have easy content or instance content. Because any boss that you have in the open world. Oh, he's designed for 10 people? Well, we bring 20.
Done.
Okay, it's not that hard now, huh? Yeah, wow, look at that. And if you add in, like, these different types of, like, crowd control mechanics, where it just, like, kills everybody after the first 10 people that engage him, or something like that, then you run into a whole other problem. So, scaling per player, then you have more griefing. And then also there are certain types of scaling. So like, oh, well he scales his health, but he doesn't scale his damage. So we bring 10 fucking healers and nobody ever dies. It just takes longer. Trust me, if there is a way, if the boss is in the open world, people will fucking exploit the shit out of it. Like, I remember we did the same thing with Classic WoW. Classic WoW, the dragons, to be fair, actually were pretty good for world bosses that were hard to overgear. But they weren't perfect, and people still fucking did it.
Care about that other stuff. I think it's a little bit more of a subculture around MMO players, and I think that's honestly where a lot of drama and disagreement comes from. From mixed expectations.
Yeah.
Breakdown of communication.
I think a lot of drama just comes from the fact that the games come out and they're bad, or they're like a cash grab, or they have like shitty monetization or something like that. Like that's why that's why people are pissed off. Like it's not about the name, it's about the game.
Because the meaning of MMO is broken down.
Ranjenik, pardon. Znaš da je ranjenik?
ASAP covering some games that you'll expect.
Prepličali ranjenik, da. Ponosno porez.
Stay tuned, let me know.
A ogrebla ga neka žena. Treba da ga vodim kod doktora, Drakola, znaš? Znaš što?
Zbog?
Kao je da ga vodim, da ga previjem. Ja rekao može, ali da te vodim za ruku, znaš, kao ono, gej par i to. Ono, ruku kod ruku.
Šta je povredio stvarno s tem kurca koji nema? Šta gi povredio?
Povređen mu je ponos.
Pao od kamiona, šta je radio?
Ma ne, nego... On radi gluposti, klasika. Penjao se bio da vadi te uzorke, šta li već i... Krki ili... Ogrebo leđe.
Trovanje krvi je dobio.
Polupo se.
Dobio je trovanje krvi, ga je.
Znači, Milan nam se polomio.
Sad je sam polupan.
Čekaj ga zove nekako.
Nemoj. On znaš da on voli paš. Nemoj ga zvati.
Zato je da mu pokažemo da mu je stalo do njega.
Ne, nego da smo ga svi zaboravili, to treba.
Da. Zauzet.
Baš me čudi da on priča s nekim.
Ne s kim on priča.
Kinchnik mine.
Tačno se zna da mora heroje da digne,
Ko je digo Tili?
Brate, možeš jednu partiju da ne zapucaš dok nema ljudi.
Opet su ga napali, opet ga napao AI, jel?
Nemoj se čudiš samo kad te bude neko sačekao pored ograde, a kako ovo? Nemoj to da se čudiš onda.
Kad sam ja danas rekao kako ovo?
A dobro, ali
Što ne znači da nećeš reći, je tako.
Kako ovo u pičku materinu?
Ne kaže on, Kesiju, pogrešio si, ne kaže on kako ovo. On kaže KAKO!
Dobar.
No tako? Ne koristi on toliko reči kad ide, on kaže KAKO! Kao ranjeni tigar.
Jebem ti compound bez kilova.
Njemu je nejasno kako su ljudi čuli na 150 metara da on ide prema njima.
Da mlaje pučić, ja.
Kao da. Šta je problem sad čekat nekog?
I mora meni napadne ovaj jebeni asasin pa to ti.
Everybody kicking.
Pa ne moraš ti ići na sesin, idi na drugu se. Si proplatio na sesin.
Yes.
I understand, like, this has been like a big thing. People have been mad about battle passes. I'm okay with the Diablo 4 battle pass. Yes, I am totally fucking fine with the Diablo 4 battle pass. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And that's a video right there. It's a Belliger video. We watch all of his videos. They're fucking great. So make sure to watch that. I'll talk about this. I don't think that there's anything wrong with the battle pass fundamentally. I think some people don't like certain types of battle passes, and I can see why. But with the Diablo 4 battle pass and the way that they stated it, if the game comes out in the way that they said that it will, which again, we'll see if that happens. There's nothing wrong with it. People don't like FOMO. Oh, people don't like FOMO. There's FOMO in every single game. It's just that some games do a better job at hiding it, so dumb people don't see it. Every game has FOMO. Like, I don't want to hear it. What the hell is FOMO? People don't like the idea that there are limited rewards in the game that you can only obtain by at certain times. They want everything to be obtainable at all times without any restrictions. Basically, PoE just added FOMO today. Everything is fucking FOMO. Like, that's just... Like, FOMO is like the most basic marketing technique that you can have. Of course they're going to use FOMO. Every other company uses FOMO. Obviously this is going to happen. And you want to know why they keep using it? Because it works.
Open the shop.
It gets people to log on. They wouldn't keep doing it if it didn't work. It's common sense. It's super dismissive to the increasing amount of direct FOMO culture in video games. People are going to complain, of course, there. Well, it's dismissive because it's stupid. Oh, wow, I have to get this right now. No, you don't, you fucking weirdo. Stop it. You've got 8 other costumes in the game. You don't need number 9. Take your fucking medication. Holy shit. People are fucking, they're nuts. Just stop it. Like, if you don't want to do it, then stop fucking doing it. Stop blaming the video game because you're neurotic. Jesus. It's so annoying. And there's levels of FOMO. Yes, there are, of course, right? Now, I'm not going to say, like, all FOMO is good, all FOMO is bad. No, but I don't think a battle pass is the end of the world. I really don't think I don't think it's a big deal. Talk about HOTS. I mean, Blizzard made everything complicated. Bro, Blizzard does that with every game. But it's a new visor for my Spartan in Halo. It's a first-person shooter game. You can't even see the visor. Don't worry about it. I mean, again, like, I think that there are regulations that need to happen. Like, do I think that the government should make it to where you can't have FOMO in a video game? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, as if FOMO is even in the same conversation as gacha boxes and 17 different types of currency. No, people like that devalue the whole message because they conflate their personal opinion with something that's like fucking provenly bad. It's not a big deal, but it's a step. People have the right to not
Počeo si
like
ti da
it.
ga ponašaš.
Everybody has the right to think whatever they want. That doesn't mean that I don't have the right to think that what they think is stupid. Of course people have the right to do... duh. But what I'm saying is that the world doesn't need to change because you're neurotic. Sometimes it's just your fault. I think that saying that battle passes are bad categorically because they encourage FOMO is like, it's true in an abstract sense, but it completely removes any conversation of like where the line is out of the conversation. Removes it. It's like, well, it's all bad. Okay, well then, all right, there we go. There's not really much to say. If you fall for FOMO, then you're mentally handicapped. Is the industry designed to target at-risk individuals? I hate to tell you this, man, but every single type of advertisement is designed to make you do something that you are not normally going to do. Stop trying to fucking say this is at-risk individuals just because somebody can't fucking stand the idea of their character not having every single item in the wardrobe for the video game. Stop trying to say that like, oh, this is all people that have mental disorders. No, there's plenty of people that are just being fucking weird and they want the whole game and the whole world to fucking revolve around their own neurotic state of mind. Stop it. Just stop it. It's so weird. Do you have all the things installed in WoW? I do. There are plenty of things that yeah, that's not even the point, yeah. You can do it. It's just don't complain about it the whole time. Jesus. How gacha games trick players into spending thousands of dollars. Yeah, this has been a situation for quite a while, so I'm curious to see what this is gonna be.
The psychological warfare of gacha games.
That's what it's about.
And the tricks they use to part you from your money and how they're being adopted as the future of video games. But first, I want to start by having you watch a very short video that maybe illustrates the point I'm trying to make here about gacha games.
We played the first chapter. What the hell is this? I have no idea what this is at all. Oh, the quality is bad again. I wonder why that keeps happening.
Want what you love, right?
If I'm awake, I'm usually... I think he's probably playing while he's driving too.
$70,000 on Fate Grand Order.
That's a lot of money. $70,000? Oh my god. You watched somebody else watch the video? Yeah, at the beginning he said he was going to play the video to look at it. This obviously isn't the majority of the video, but this is just something to illustrate the situation. Oh my god, that's a lot of fucking money. Wow.
To be clear, one AAA game that took a studio hundreds of millions of dollars to make cost $60. This person bought what's 70,000 divided by 60?
It's a lot.
Basically 1,200 copies. I just want
his vote, like that's the thing, right? Is like his vote on what kind of game should we make matters 1,200 times more than yours does. You keep that in mind.
A sense of
they say vote with your money.
Might be interested
that's
in
the
this
bad
kind of
part
model.
about it.
Okay, that's the beginning of this presentation.
I paid $500 getting one character, but I wanted it to be level 5, so I ended up spending $2,500. Of course. Oh my god. Does he have a job?
Oh no!
They think they don't know how much money he spent. Like, I don't know why people... The thing is, if you want to spend your money doing that kind of stuff, you should be able to do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I am actually okay with games being pay to win and having ridiculous amounts of money that you can spend to win. I just don't like the loot boxes. Like, and that's what the gotcha games are, is they're loot boxes.
Parents don't know?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do they not
so
know?
that is an intro video. Let's
it's
get
his money.
into it. This is gaming revenue visualized for the
Oh my
past
God.
20 years, 30, no, 50 years of gaming. Okay? You might notice in the beginning, all gaming revenue came from arcades and consoles. Then we added the PC to the mix in the late 80s. Then handheld comes along.
What's
and
up,
then
man?
right around
Game Boy.
2000, okay, right around the millennium, they start to add mobile. You might notice,
Jesus,
mobile has
look at
gone
the red.
from a little bit of gaming revenue in 2007 to more than everything else combined today.
Look
Mobile is
at
now
the
bigger
red.
than PC and console and cloud and...
What's insane to me about it is like this is 2010. So mobile was already raking in big fucking money in 2010? Dude, I thought it happened in like, I didn't realize it's been happening for so long. That's crazy.
VR combined. How did they do that? How did mobile reach these fucking astronomical revenues so quickly?
More people
they have a more effective way of parting consumers from their money.
Yeah.
And we are starting to see that seep into all aspects of AAA gaming.
We are seeing
And that is why I would like to take the time today to sort of give you some defense. To let you understand some of the tricks that marketers and game designers use to separate you from your money.
All right, let's see.
So, I chose one game in particular to kind of follow the story through.
Which
this
one's it
applies to
gonna
a
be?
lot of games, but I chose one in particular because I think it's one of the best at it. Genshin, the beautiful, gorgeous world we see here of Genshin Impact is essentially
Why am I not surprised?
a far more predatory casino. It's the first truly AAA gacha game.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of these gacha mechanics we're going to talk about have been around in various forms across mobile for a long time. Genshin Impact is not just on mobile. It's a AAA game across consoles and PC, and it takes all of these powerful psychological...
Oh, dude, like, whenever I tweeted about Genshin Impact, so I had, like, a test where I tweeted out just the words Genshin Impact, and then I tweeted out just the words Final Fantasy 14, and then after that, World of Warcraft. And Genshin Impact got the most likes by a mile. People fucking love this game.
Principles strips
like
away all of
20K,
like the annoying
20K.
spammy ad stuff and puts
Yes,
it in an
yes,
actually
yes.
fun to play, beautiful game.
Imagine
And
the game
so
being
it has removed all of the barriers that were stopping people before from getting sucked into
What's
these kind of
happening?
worlds.
Yeah.
And that's why it's been
Dobardan.
phenomenally successful.
Tana-
It made $1
Tana
billion,
Kumira,
I think, in this past year.
I need to make
more
one
than
of
that, actually,
these.
more than $1 billion
This
in like its
these are
first
good.
year
To
of
opet
play.
pornić.
What makes it a gacha is you cannot say, I want that, and just buy it. Everything you want is behind some sort of lottery system. It
Pardon.
adds excitement
Erotski film je
and additional
odrast.
length to the game. Let's show you some more examples of the money they make. These are 5 of the recent characters released in Genshin Impact and the amount of money they made in a single day.
Rich, I have all of them. Is that right?
15 million for Zhongli, 9 million for Albedo, 14.8 million in Ghana. This is one day. Okay? Adding up to billions. So now let me get into some of...
I think the biggest shock here is the biggest breadwinner is the guy. Bro, I thought the girl in the middle would be like fucking 35 million. And this one's gotta be at least 25. He was OP? Well, I thought when people play this game for like the game, meta and OP. Oh wow. Yeah, I would have picked the one in the middle.
The some of the psychological tricks that they use, okay?
Actually, that's a good point. Like, that's one of the things, like, I remember I said this in the last video where I talked about Genshin Impact, is a lot of girls play Genshin Impact. Where it's like, I mean, how many girls do you think are playing Escape from Tarkov, right? Like, there are some, I know some, actually. However, the majority of people playing that game are guys. Same probably, yeah, there's like 3. And same with Path of Exile.
Daj da
I'm
ubivam.
sure there are girls that play the game. DS Lily plays the game. I've seen, I think Annie Fuchsia's played the game before, and a handful of other people too, of course.
Dajte da
But
ubivamo
it's
nešto.
mostly fucking guys. And I think Genshin Impact is unique in the fact that it actually attracted a large female audience. There's a lot of girls that play Genshin Impact.
That I want you to be ready for. Number 1, a bonus for first-time signups. You're gonna see this a fucking lot. This is when you first get into the game. They will give you some kind of bonus, some kind of double gem.
I mean, that's a pretty good deal, to be honest. Like, like you buy one and you get this. It's like you buy one get one free. It's like the it's not even an 800% value, guys. It's only a 100% value or a 200% value.
The reason they do this is because once you put in payment information, the friction for everything else that they're going to try to trick you with is drastically reduced.
Yeah, it's like if somebody ever tells you that they're going to give you something for free, all you have to do is sign up with your credit card. It's not going to be free. Because like for example, it gets free for the first 30 days. And then after the first 30 days, if you don't take your card off, they charge it. So guess what happens? Most people forget about it. So they charge it. That's how it works.
Let's say you're like, oh, I want that skin.
True.
How do you go to your wallet and pull out the fucking credit card and type it in and figure that out is a stop moment.
I know.
Psychologically, it's like a stop moment. It's a big friction. They have to
I'll be honest, I probably would have spent more money in Tower of Fantasy if I didn't have to put in my credit card information every single time. I would have. It's just fucking annoying having to do that. Because I have to like type it in, fucking authenticate it, like, ah, my God. Like, I could have spent another $100 by now, but I'm spending twice as long, spending the first $100. Now I don't want to do it again. It's taking too long.
Okay? The first spend is the hardest. And I saw a video by a game developer describing it as like an icebreaker. And they said, quote, they only think of themselves as spenders once they've broken the ice. Once you break that wall, you break them. That is a quote. Once you break that wall, you break them.
That's right. Because you get them to do what you want them to do. I think that makes sense. Does you need for honest discussion ethical creation of the game? No, bro, there's no discussion about the ethical creation of games. Don't you understand? Like, you understand, like, in the Quran, gambling is banned. This is something Muhammad figured out thousands of years ago. We've had the ethical discussion. Everybody knows about this. And they still do it. Like, I mean, come on. There's no like, oh, well, we have to make sure people know that it's bad. Everybody knows it's bad.
So, the next thing they'll do is battle passes. Battle passes, or any kind of format that requires daily logins or regular playtime. They will offer their best deals, their best, gems to dollars or whatever V-Bucks to dollars, whatever it is. Whatever the value is will be best in the battle pass because the goal is to make the game part of your daily routine. Exactly. Once you do this for 20 plus days, it is now officially a habit in your brain that is difficult to break. Next thing they'll do...
I would agree with that. Like, battle passes obviously get you involved with the game, etc. I don't think battle passes are bad. Like, I don't really think they're bad because at a certain point, like, the game getting you to spend money, and I don't even think it's bad because with a battle pass, you know what you're getting. You're buying something and the rewards for the thing that you are buying are laid out in front of you by obtaining these different things. So, categorically, you're not gambling. I have a problem with the gambling. Battle passes are not gambling. I don't really have a problem with them. However, there is a spectrum of battle passes that are more and less annoying.
In your brain. That is difficult to break. Next thing they'll do, and this was baffling. I mean, listen, I've seen this before in other games. Genshin Impact took it to another fucking level. The idea of this...
Ništa mi one, ti dođeš, onda pričaš ovamo i to. Pa na Discord. Ili ležiš.
Ko laži? Ko je to ranj?
Šta?
Is to have so many different currency types and tokens.
So I'm actually going to so like this week probably, I'm gonna do my big video on Tower of Fantasy, where I review the game and I go through everything that, you know, is like positives, negatives, everything else in between. It's gonna be probably this week.
Misliš
I am going
karma?
to make a list
Karma?
ahead of time. Because I think there's more than 30.
Ti si ga napisao.
I actually think there's more than 30 different currencies. If you count, like, you know, like you've got matrix chips.
Da ne kaže nikom da si ga ti tuku.
Matrix buy, like, the rewards for getting one that you're going to use in the store. And then you have seasonal matrix chips. Like, that's 4 right there. That's a lot.
Weird denominations things are bought in to make it so your brain cannot easily map out how much you're actually spending.
No, that's exactly right. I've said this 100 times. It's like you spend USD and you get crystals, and you use crystals to buy platinum points, and then you use platinum points to buy stars. And then after 5 different stars, you can convert that into a wish, and then you use a wish to buy a roll at a character, and then if the roll doesn't succeed, the wish turns into a you know, like a dark star currency that if you put 55 of those together, that you can potentially buy the character on the store. And it's like a star fragment, exactly. And so if you put 150 star fragments together, you can make the character on your own. So it's like, how much does a star fragment cost? Bro, like, that's the reason finally there's been a use for high schools teaching people Algebra 2 all the time. Finally, we have a functional real-life usage of Algebra 2.
Sjeći sam.
And what Genshin does is has Genesis crystals, Primo gems, Intertwined Fate, Acquiant Fate, Star Glitter, Stardust, and more. You buy Primo gems, turn them into Fate, turn them into Star Glitter to roll for Stardust. It's all a way to make it
marvelous. Well, I was actually pretty close.
Marvelous,
damn,
marvelous.
That's crazy. I never played the game. That's crazy. That was crazy. I was pretty close.
Confusing, so you can't tell how much dollars you're spending. And
are there only 3 steps and not 4, guys? Is that it? It's like, yeah, we're eating shit, but it's not warm. It's cold shit. It's like already like hardened up. We're not eating warm shit. It's only 2. Okay, that's fine. Like I'm listen. Obviously, that makes it a little bit better. Yeah, I'm not going to say it does not make it better, but it is still, you know, it's still obfuscation. I mean, Diablo 4 is doing the same thing. They have like a premium currency. Why do you have a premium currency? Why do we need this? Why not just have it in dollars? Like, why not just have it in dollars? Well, there's an obvious reason for that, and it's not because they want to help you.
Not only do they have different currencies, but they'll have different denominations. So that's why things will be costed like 143 Primo gems. It needs to be fun money. It needs to put it into gem form, and then from there it's fun money for you, and you just spend it.
I think that's not the reason why. I think the reason why is because it gives you. So, like for example, in Tower of Fantasy, you buy 6,480.
Mene da opet postavlja mine, pazi.
6,480, that's like the $100. And then you get a bonus 1,300.
Lele.
So if you get a bonus 1,300 and you put that with
1,600,
so now you're like only 200 or 300 away from getting an entirely new tin pole. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, because they're always trying to
Opasno ako se budete vraćali nazad,
keep you edging. They always want you edging. And they keep you edging by just keeping you, 10 currency, 35 currency away from that big 10 pole. That's
not really knowing the value. The other thing they do is they highly incentivize social proof. People, and this is more of a human psychological principle, people are much more likely to not share their losses.
Wait, really?
37 giga.
Ka-ching? Oh. Isn't that a little bit on the nose?
Što ne daš čovjeku hard disk cigane, jedan ciganski. Znam da imaš M2 više.
I mean, I'm just saying. It's Chinese? Yeah, but like, I mean, they could have changed it for like the, you know, the English version. I mean, I don't know.
Ma nema šta da uzem, Milan ima M2 disk od 2 terabajta.
YouTubers now upload videos saying
people do the same thing, man.
Ne trebam.
So like with Tower of Fantasy, people all the time would send me links. They're like, bro, I got 3 SSRs in one pull. Bro, I got 2 SSRs in one pull. I got the, you know, the scythe twice. They do that all the time. I see it constantly. Because it's the same thing, like, you guys, every time Train gets a big win, people come into my chat, and they're like, bro, he just won $28 million. That means he's only $48 million away from breaking even. It might happen.
I lost money on Kitchen Effect. They upload the video of their rare pull. And that creates a false heuristic in your brain that the odds of it are higher than they actually are. You are more likely to think it's possible when you see other people getting it. Let me give you a direct quote here. This is a direct quote again from a game developer that makes mobile games. Do not tell your players that the majority of people do not spend money. That is cancer that will kill your monetization.
Well, he watched the video of the... I remember the guy said that. He watched the video that we watched with like the Let's Go Whaling. You want it to seem like everyone's spending money. And if you don't spend money, you're the loser. It's like back in 3rd grade where everybody else had the Pokemon lunchbox, but you've got the Batman one from like 1983. It's not even the cool Justice League Batman. No, it's like that fucking goofy bullshit that they had back then. So it's like you create kids that are like, you're the only one, and like the other kids make fun of you. You know, they don't want to play tag with you at recess. And, you know, before you know it, you're asking your mom to buy you a Pokemon lunch bag. That's it. Adam West was cool. It was, I'll say it probably aged better. I mean, because at least now it's funny because of how dumb it was.
That is a fucking direct quote. Do not tell them that people don't spend money. That is cancer.
Yeah.
Whatever you do, if you spend money in a game, other players should know about it. And that incentivizes them to think, okay, they're doing it, I can do it too.
That's why you have that's why also Diablo Immortal has they have servers. I think that Diablo Immortal doesn't need servers. I think that they have servers intentionally to break up the leaderboards to encourage more people to whale for the top of those leaderboards.
For proof works, okay? They also are more direct. For example, in Genshin Impact, they had a promo where if you took an in-game photo of your rare pull, like if you pulled a rare hero and took a photo of it, you got 3 Primo Gems.
Oh, I would do
But you were incentivized to tell and to take a photo and share your friends that you got something cool, which makes you think that it's fucking going worse. And again, I think the example here, YouTubers again always sharing their insane luck. Lammy's insane luck.
100%, right? Insanely lucky. The reality, I mean, like, let's be honest, right? That's 7,000 views. It's not like this is changing the world. However, if you go and you watch some of the, like, lottery wins people have on, like, Stake and shit, these videos have millions of views. People are just going apeshit about them. And, like, also, I'll tell you that, you know, like, Lost Ark. What was my most popular content on Lost Ark besides fucking doing the race at the beginning, right? It was doing honing. It was honing, and even with Tower of Fantasy, what are people waiting for? They're waiting for the Gamba. They want to see if I get the what's in the box. What's in the box? And everybody goes and they say, "Oh, well, this is so boring." Well, then why did the numbers not? Why did the numbers show the opposite? Why does the viewer count go up every time I do it? Or anytime anybody does it? It's nothing special to me, but it's pretty easy that anybody can see that there's a trend here. People like watching this.
Insanely lucky for those attributes.
The best part about it is like you farm people on both sides. You farm people that like the content and people that hate the content and like to see you lose. Farming haters and simps at the same time. That's hard to do. But Gamba content does that.
And if you look on YouTube, there's millions of these people sharing their insane luck. I mean, holy. And it's just to open the air, just to clear the air. I am 100% guilty of this. I have spent hundreds of dollars before I had any money. Back when I was broke in college, hundreds of dollars on wall skins. And that's the that's not even really a gacha mechanic yet. But again, wall skins is baby food compared to what games have gotten good at.
Let me think. Have I ever bought a skin? I think I might have got one of the Mists of Pandaria helmet skins because I got my tier 3
Što pitaš, Nad?
and I thought the Lich King, like the crown of Endless Winter would fit.
Dobro, a što je to bitno?
Verovatno bi neko tu bossa da je bio tu, ne bi ostavio bossa čisto tako i otiša.
Možda je boss uzeo municiju.
I did, to be fair, I do have, I spent over, this is over 10 years. I spent like $1,000 on PoE.
Obsesivno otvara kutije i pa troši municiju, to?
It wasn't a financially...
Ja znam, Ilija nikad nije ostavio bossa kad nije mogao da ga ubije.
That's level 1. Okay? That's like
Ako nisam mogao da ga ubijem kao solo, izašao sam iz bossa.
But if I was impressionable in playing Genshin Impact, there is so much more than
Ako sam solo.
And the fact is, if I wanted that skin and couldn't buy it directly, but had to buy
Ako ne mogu da ga
60
ubijem.
packs, 60 pulls to get a shot at getting it, and then do it again to level it up, that's where it starts to get crazy. That's where they are really taking advantage of the Skinner box nature of our mind. This is a video I'd like to show you called Let's Go Whaling. Tricks for monetizing mobile game players with free to play.
Oh no, see, I knew this is what he saw.
Mind you that the best way to make sure of both your retention and your monetization is to make sure you have enough of an in-game economy in there. The 1,000 up there is actually clearly lowballing it. Top grossing games have in-game economies worth tens of thousands. That's how you can keep people in there. They have lots of things to do, to stuff to upgrade, to progress along, and that's how you can make them spend a lot as well. Since you can, for instance, give a huge discount on something, you know.
Basically, what he's saying is that you need to be able to get, like, if you're a new whale to a game, there better be $1,000+ of things you can spend your money on. The days of games having like relatively small level of pay to win, like horse armor for $2, are completely gone. Okay, if you want to, you should have no end, according to the game players, of the amount of things you can spend your money on. There should be tens of thousands, 100,000. You should be able to spend your money over and over and over again on a variety of different things. So let me give you an example here.
Yeah, it's like that's one of the things that Tower of Fantasy doesn't really do a very good job on. To be fair, like I mean, Rich spent like $5 grand. I spent like 2. Like we pretty much beat the game. Like, well, now what? Well, what if you want to spend 10? Well, you can't really do that. It's not lucrative. It's not a good idea. But yeah, but they'll come with new banners. Yeah, the game will be dead by then, so it won't matter.
From Genshin Impact, you may notice that the hero is something you can pull. That can go up to 5 stars.
Yeah.
But also all of their items and weapons can be pulled that go up to 5 stars. So every time you play this game, there is an infinite different number of directions that you can be spending money to try and level up. One thing they never
I know, Rich, like, is that thing where, like, we were gonna get this stuff paid for? Is that still happening? Like, yeah, is that happening? Because, like, if I play this game, I got you. All right, that's good. Because I don't know if it is.
What is for you to be like, okay, I finally got it. There's no amount of money that can get you to perfection in this game when they're constantly adding more to make sure that's not the case.
Of course.
They gotta fairly frequently change the meta in some way so that different characters are more valuable, so that somebody that says has a perfect...
Od toga ne može brže, znaš.
Line up for one character now feels like, oh, so I need to continue to level up someone else. The idea is to make it so you can never feel like you've finished. Helpful to this business model that when they release a new champion, that champion generally is good. That's helpful for their sales.
I mean, let's be honest. Every single person I see on ladder for Bygone Phantasm and Tower of Fantasy is using Nemesis. I mean, like that's generally what happens. He's wrong on this? Not entirely wrong. So what you're saying, you're wrong. You can play every character in Genshin. This is also false in Genshin. So as long as fuck, there's no meta in Genshin. So is Genshin not pay to win then? So it's not pay to win. There it is. All right. Yeah, he's wrong. There it is. Problem solved. Okay, that's great.
Now this is one of my favorite, most interesting slides. This is the 4 types of players.
I do think, like, if he's wrong, then yeah, he's wrong about that. I'm not trying to downplay it, okay? I'm meaning around. It is very important to understand extremely clearly what is and is not. I'm not saying you guys, I'm just making fun of it.
Who are targeting. Let's say we've all started Atriox Chat mobile game company. We're all gonna get rich, okay? We're gonna start a fucking EBS mobile game company to make billions. When we make our mobile game, there are 4 players we have to look out for. The killers, the achievers, the socializers, and the explorers. Let me explain what they are. The killers want to win, and they will spend anything to beat other people. They are the most likely to fall for pay-to-win type mechanics. I am a video game and I'm a killer. The biggest thing I ever spent money on was Hearthstone cards because I wanted to beat people on ladder.
I feel like as soon as I spend money and I win because I spent money, it doesn't matter. Because like I know that I could just win more because I can spend more money. Like it takes the like I don't feel good. Like my Lost Ark character is really good, right? Like he's got 25 weapon, like he's got he's like 15 something item, 1500 item or something, right? And I've got level 10 gems. Whenever I do top damage in Lost Ark, I don't think to myself, wow, I really am good, huh? I'm pretty good at this game, huh? No, why the fuck would I ever think that? You just spent money. Good job. That's your fault now, is it? Well, yeah, sure.
Playing the ladder, I would lose to a rare card and think, fuck you, I could buy that card, and then I would buy it. The next we have socializers. People that want to have a good time with friends.
That's like scams.
Okay? This is the most common. Explorers, they like novelty, they like new content, they like seeing new things. And achievers, their main goal is progress.
Misliš da je sranje, onda ga ne znaš da ga koristiš. Oprosti, nemoj se vidiš. To je druga stvar. To je druga stvar. To se tebi ne sviđa se meni Nitro Express, ne sviđa mi se automat, ali ne kažem da je sranje. Samo kažem, meni se ne sviđa. Ne sviđa mi se Mauser, ne smatram da mu nije mesto u igri koja ima veze s Divnim zapadom. Sranje. Ali da je loš, nije loš.
S.W.Frost 1 said, off to bed. S.W.Frost 1
Za šta?
said,